Hey there, and welcome to Crime for Sleep. I know you're having trouble falling asleep, so let me keep you company with true crime stories from around the world. Before we dive in, I'm curious, where did you first hear this one? If you enjoy these stories, don't forget to like, comment, and subscribe. Now get comfortable, and let's get into tonight's case. Crime 1, the snack got stuck. I reached up, shaking the machine, and something fell that wasn't mine. It bounced off the coils and landed at my feet. A thumb, not plastic, not fake, real, pale, cold, with a jagged cut at the base. I backed away, thinking maybe it was a prank, but the machines were all sealed. The building's camera wasn't working, of course. I turned it in to security, and they acted like it was nothing, said it was probably a sick joke, but 2 days later, that machine was gone. And someone had carved the shape of a hand, missing a thumb, into my locker door. I should have left it alone, should have trusted security when they said it was nothing. But that smell kept coming back to me, metallic, sharp, like copper pennies left in a pocket too long. Every time I passed that hallway where the machine used to be, I caught traces of it in the air. The janitor said he'd mopped with bleach twice, but somehow that smell lingered underneath. Faint but persistent. The carved hand on my locker bothered me more than the thumb itself. Someone had taken their time with it. The lines were precise, deliberate. Whoever did it knew exactly what they were doing. They knew I'd found something. They knew I'd turned it in. And they wanted me to understand that this wasn't over. I started asking questions, casual ones at first. The maintenance crew, the security guards, the people who serviced the machines. Everyone seemed nervous when I brought it up. They'd glance around, lower their voices, change the subject. The head of security finally pulled me aside and told me to drop it. Said the company was handling it internally, but his hands were shaking when he said it, and he wouldn't meet my eyes. That's when I decided to check the service records myself. The vending company kept logs of every machine repair, every restocking, every complaint. I had access through my job in facilities management. What I found made my stomach turn. The machine had been serviced the morning I found the thumb. According to the records, the technician had reported finding biological material inside the coin mechanism. But there was no follow-up report, no police contact, no investigation. The technician's name was in the file. I called him directly. He was reluctant to talk at first, but when I mentioned the thumb, his voice changed, became urgent, almost panicked. He said he'd been doing this job for 15 years and had never seen anything like it. The thumb wasn't just dropped in, it had been placed carefully, wrapped in plastic, tucked behind the change dispenser where only someone familiar with the machine's internal mechanisms would know to look. He told me something else that chilled me. 3 other machines on his route had been tampered with recently. All of them had their coin mechanisms accessed from the inside. All of them had traces of the same metallic smell, but none of the other companies had reported finding anything unusual. He'd started carrying a small camera with him, documenting everything because he was afraid someone was setting him up. I met him after his shift at a diner across town. He looked exhausted, constantly checking over his shoulder. He showed me the photos on his camera. Inside one machine, someone had scratched numbers into the metal coordinates, he thought. In another, there were drops of something dark staining the coin tray. In the third, he'd found a small piece of fabric caught on the lock mechanism. Hospital scrubs, pale blue, with what looked like an ID badge clip still attached. The fabric bothered me most of all. It suggested someone with medical access, someone who knew how to handle biological material, someone who understood preservation, who knew how to keep things fresh. The thumb hadn't been decomposing when I found it. It had been too clean, too intact, like it had been kept somewhere cold. I started paying attention to the hospital across the street from our building. Staff came and went at all hours, but there was one person I kept noticing. They always wore the same pale blue scrubs, always carried a small cooler bag, and always took the side entrance where the cameras had been broken for months. They walked with purpose, never stopped to talk to anyone, never varied their routine. I followed them once, staying far enough back to avoid notice. They went straight to the parking garage, got in their car, and drove to the industrial district. I couldn't follow without being obvious, but I memorized the license plate. The next day I called in a favor with someone who worked at the DMV. The car was registered to someone who didn't exist, fake name, fake address, fake social security number. That's when I realized I was in over my head. This wasn't a prank or a sick joke. Someone was using our building as part of something bigger, something organized. The thumb was just the beginning. They were testing the system, seeing if anyone would notice, if anyone would investigate, and when I did, they'd marked me as a problem. The carving on my locker changed. Each morning there was something new. First it was just a hand. Then came fingers, detailed and anatomically correct. Then came what looked like surgical markings, dotted lines showing where cuts should be made. Someone was sending me a message, and it wasn't subtle. I stopped going to work, called in sick, said I had food poisoning, but I couldn't stay away completely. I needed to know what was happening in that building, what they were planning next. I started watching from across the street, sitting in my car with binoculars, documenting everyone who came and went. The pattern became clear after a week of observation. The person in scrubs always arrived when the building was nearly empty. They always used the broken side entrance, and they always left carrying a different cooler bag than the one they'd brought in. Sometimes it was bigger, sometimes smaller. Sometimes it looked heavier based on how they carried it. I knew I should call the police, but what would I tell them? That I'd found a thumb in a vending machine, that someone was carving pictures on my locker, that I suspected someone was using our building for something illegal. They'd think I was paranoid, maybe unstable, especially after the security team had already dismissed the thumb as a prank. Instead, I decided to get proof, real evidence that would make them listen. I waited until the person in scrubs made their next visit, then followed them inside using my key card. The building was quiet, most of the lights turned off. I could hear footsteps echoing from somewhere deeper inside, but I couldn't tell which direction they were coming from. I made my way to the area where the vending machine used to be. The hallway was empty now, but that metallic smell was stronger than ever. There was a utility room nearby that I'd never paid attention to before. The door was slightly open and light was spilling out from inside. I crept closer, trying to see what was happening without being noticed. What I saw made me freeze. The utility room had been converted into some kind of makeshift laboratory. There were refrigeration units, surgical instruments, containers filled with fluid, and on the central table under a bright light was something I didn't want to look at but couldn't look away from. Body parts carefully arranged, catalogued, labeled, not just fingers or thumbs, larger pieces. I backed away, trying not to make any noise, but my foot caught on something. A bucket. It crashed to the floor, the sound echoing through the empty building like a gunshot. The footsteps stopped. Then they started again, moving faster, coming toward me. I ran through the hallway, past the elevators, down the stairs, out the emergency exit. I didn't stop until I reached my car, and I didn't feel safe until I was home with all the doors locked. But I knew running wouldn't solve anything. They knew I'd seen what I'd seen. They knew I was a threat now. The next morning I called the police, told them everything. The thumb, the carved hand, the fake technician, the utility room. They took my statement seriously, sent a team to investigate. But when they got to the building, the utility room was empty, clean, like nothing had ever been there. The maintenance staff claimed they'd been renovating the space, that any equipment I'd seen was perfectly normal renovation supplies. The detective assigned to my case was polite but skeptical. She said there wasn't enough evidence to pursue charges, but she'd keep the case open in case new information came to light. She suggested I might benefit from talking to someone about the stress I'd been under. Said trauma could sometimes make people see things that weren't there. But I know what I saw, and I know what's still happening in that building. The person in scrubs hasn't come back, but others have taken their place. Different clothes, different routines, but the same purpose. The vending machines have been replaced with newer models, but sometimes when I walk past them, I catch that metallic smell again. I've moved to a different apartment now, working in a different building, but I still drive by the old place sometimes, watching for patterns, looking for signs, because I know this isn't over. Somewhere in this city, there's a room where body parts are being harvested, cataloged, sold. And the thumb I found was just one small piece of something much larger. The carved hand is still on my old locker. I've seen it. They've changed the combination, reassigned the space, but the carving remains. A reminder, a warning, a promise that if I ever get too close again, I might become part of their collection myself. I tell myself I should let it go, move on. Except that some mysteries are too dangerous to solve. But every time I close my eyes, I see that pale thumb bouncing off the vending machine coils. Every time I smell something metallic, I'm back in that utility room, staring at horrors I can't unsee. Sometimes I wonder if I'm the only one who noticed, if I'm the only one who cared enough to investigate, or if there are others out there, people who found something they shouldn't have, who asked questions they shouldn't have asked, people who disappeared before they could tell anyone what they'd learned. The detective still has my number. She calls sometimes, asking if I've remembered any new details, if I've seen anything else suspicious. But her voice is different now, cautious, like she's not sure if she believes me or if she believes me too much. Like maybe she started noticing things herself, patterns that don't quite fit, coincidences that aren't really coincidences. I don't know if the truth will ever come out, if anyone will ever be held accountable for what happened in that building, but I know I can't be the only one who's seen the signs, can't be the only one who's noticed the smell, the patterns, the careful organization behind something so horrible. Somewhere out there in buildings that look perfectly normal from the outside, people are disappearing one piece at a time. And the only evidence they ever existed is a thumb in a vending machine, waiting for someone brave enough or foolish enough to ask why it's there. Crime 2, the backyard is separated by a wooden fence, but I can still see through the slats. One night I watched my neighbor dragging something heavy, wrapped in a tarp. No light, no noise, until a muffled scream pierced the quiet. I thought I imagined it, but when he looked up, our eyes met through the crack and he smiled. The next day there was fresh soil in a shallow patch. I called someone, but they found nothing, just loose dirt. I started receiving letters unsigned with one sentence: "You saw too much." Each note was written on paper stained red. The letters kept coming, always the same handwriting, always the same stain spreading across the corner like dried blood. I held each one longer than I should have, feeling the paper's rough texture between my fingers. The ink had a metallic smell that made my stomach turn. I started checking my mailbox obsessively, heart racing every time I saw the familiar envelope. I began documenting everything. The way he watered his garden with unusual dedication, focusing on that one patch where the soil looked different. How he installed motion sensors around his property but angled them away from the buried area. The new lock on his shed, industrial grade and completely out of place in our quiet neighborhood. My memory of that night became clearer with each passing day, not hazier like traumatic memories should. I could recall the exact sound of the tarp scraping against concrete, the rhythm of his breathing as he worked, the way the moonlight caught the sweat on his forehead. Most disturbing was how methodical he seemed, like someone who had done this before. I started researching. Missing persons reports, cold cases, anything that might connect to what I witnessed. The local library became my second home, scrolling through old newspaper archives on their ancient computer. The screen flickered constantly, casting shadows that made me jump at every movement behind me. During my research, I discovered patterns. People had gone missing over the years, always transients or individuals whose absence wouldn't immediately raise alarms. The disappearances clustered around specific periods, always months apart, never frequent enough to establish a clear pattern until you mapped them chronologically. I interviewed longtime residents pretending to write a neighborhood history. An elderly woman mentioned hearing strange sounds late at night, always dismissed as urban wildlife. A man walking his dog spoke of finding personal items scattered in the park, things that seemed too valuable to be carelessly discarded. The breakthrough came when I found a connection between the missing persons and my neighbor's work schedule. He drove a delivery truck for a local company, routes that took him through areas where several of the disappearances occurred. I obtained his employment records through a contact, discovering he had requested specific routes that aligned perfectly with the timeline of vanishings. Armed with this information, I returned to the authorities. This time they listened. They obtained a warrant and excavated his backyard while I watched from my kitchen window. The detective leading the investigation looked grim as they worked, his team using specialized equipment to scan the soil. They found fabric fragments, strands of hair, and traces of decomposed organic matter, but no bodies. The evidence was circumstantial, enough to arrest him for questioning, but not enough for conviction. He was released after 72 hours, and I watched him return home, carrying groceries as if nothing had happened. The letters stopped after his arrest, but something worse began. I noticed him watching me through his kitchen window while I ate breakfast. He would wave cheerfully, that same smile from the night I saw him burying his secret. My phone started ringing at odd hours, silent calls that lasted exactly 30 seconds before disconnecting. I hired a private investigator to dig deeper into his background. What she uncovered made my blood run cold. He had lived in 3 different states over the past decade, always moving after a year or two. In each location, there were unsolved disappearances, people who simply vanished without explanation. The investigator found something else. In his previous neighborhood, there was a resident who claimed to have witnessed suspicious activity. That person died in what authorities ruled an accidental gas leak explosion 6 months after filing their report. The timing felt too convenient to be coincidental. I realized the pattern extended beyond just the missing persons. Anyone who got too close to the truth faced consequences. The elderly woman I interviewed mentioned that her original statement to police had been much more detailed, but when she tried to follow up, officers claimed no record of her report existed. My investigation led me to a storage unit rented under an alias that traced back to him. Inside, I found trophies, personal belongings that matched descriptions from missing person reports, jewelry, wallets, photographs of people who had vanished. The smell in that small space was overwhelming, a mixture of old leather and something sickeningly sweet. But when I brought this evidence to the detective, he seemed reluctant to pursue it. His enthusiasm from the initial investigation had evaporated, replaced by a professional distance that felt deliberate. He mentioned budget constraints and the difficulty of building a case on circumstantial evidence. I began to suspect that my neighbor's influence extended further than I had imagined. His delivery job provided perfect cover, but perhaps it also provided connections. People who helped him, who covered for him, who made problems disappear along with the people who posed them. The final piece of the puzzle came from an unexpected source. A former coworker of his contacted me anonymously, claiming to have information about irregular deliveries and unexplained stops en routes. We met in a crowded coffee shop, both of us nervous, speaking in whispers about things that should have been shouted from rooftops. She told me about packages that didn't match manifest descriptions, routes that deviated from official plans, and cash payments that never appeared in company records. More importantly, she mentioned other drivers who had asked questions and subsequently left the company under mysterious circumstances. As I walked home from that meeting, I noticed a car following me. The same model I had seen parked near the library during my research, near the storage facility when I discovered the trophies. The driver kept enough distance to avoid identification, but close enough to make their presence known. That night I sat in my kitchen with all the lights off, staring through the fence slats at the patch of disturbed earth in his backyard. I realized that calling the authorities, hiring investigators, and gathering evidence had only made me a bigger target. The system I trusted to protect me was either compromised or simply unwilling to act on uncomfortable truths. The red-stained letters may have stopped, but the message was clear. I had seen too much, knew too much, and become too much of a problem to ignore. As I watched him through the fence, tending to his garden with the same methodical care I remembered from that night, I understood that some truths are too dangerous to pursue. He looked up at my darkened window and smiled that same knowing smile. In that moment, I realized the most terrifying possibility of all. Perhaps I hadn't witnessed a crime being committed that night. Perhaps I had witnessed the aftermath of my own future, and everything I had discovered since was simply the path leading me to that patch of freshly turned soil. Crime 3, I found it in the parking lot, a thick leather wallet with no ID, just a few bills and a zippered pouch. Inside the pouch were teeth, 6 of them yellowed with dried blood. At first I laughed it off, thought it was a prank or art project, but they were real. I handed it to the police, but later that night the wallet was on my kitchen table. Same teeth, same blood, and a new photo tucked inside me walking home looking over my shoulder, but I don't remember anyone being there. The detective handling the case seemed disinterested. She barely looked at the wallet when I brought it back the next morning, her fingers drumming against the metal desk as I explained how it had somehow returned to my home. The fluorescent lights above us hummed with that electric frequency that gets under your skin. She told me these things happen, kids playing pranks, maybe someone with a key to my place, but I live alone and I'm careful about my locks. The smell hit me first when I got home that evening, something metallic like pennies left in a pocket too long. The wallet wasn't on the kitchen table anymore. It was on my nightstand, the leather warm to the touch as if someone had been holding it. The teeth were arranged differently now, lined up in a perfect row like soldiers. The photo was gone, replaced by a small folded paper with an address written in careful handwriting. I recognized the street. It was across town, in one of those neighborhoods where the houses lean against each other like old friends sharing secrets. The address led me to a small dental office tucked between a laundromat and a corner market. The windows were dusty and a handwritten sign read "By appointment only." I pressed my face against the glass, cupping my hands around my eyes to block the street light. Empty chairs, outdated equipment, and a reception desk covered in yellowed papers. The dentist who owned the practice had disappeared 6 months ago. That's what the woman at the corner market told me when I asked. She remembered him as quiet, polite, always paid in cash for his coffee and newspaper. His patients had been transferred to other offices, but some of his records had gone missing. The police had investigated briefly, but without evidence of foul play, the case had gone cold. I started calling the transferred patients. Most hung up when I mentioned the missing dentist, but one woman agreed to meet me at a coffee shop. She arrived with nervous energy, her hands shaking as she stirred sugar into her cup. She told me about her last appointment, how something had felt wrong. The dentist had been different, distracted, asking strange questions about her family, her daily routines. He'd kept her longer than usual, taking impressions of teeth that didn't need work. The woman reached into her purse and pulled out a small envelope. Inside were dental molds, but not of her teeth. These were smaller, more delicate, child-sized. She'd taken them from the office that day, though she couldn't explain why. Something had compelled her to slip them into her bag while the dentist was washing his hands. She'd been carrying them ever since, afraid to throw them away, afraid to keep them. I compared the molds to the teeth in the wallet. They matched perfectly. 6 baby teeth extracted with professional precision. The woman's coffee grew cold as we sat in silence, both of us understanding that we'd stumbled into something larger than a missing dentist. She gave me the name of another patient, a father who'd brought his daughter for a routine cleaning just before the disappearance. The father lived in a house with toys scattered across the front yard and children's drawings taped to the windows. When I knocked, he answered with paint-stained hands and suspicious eyes. His daughter was fine, he assured me, but she'd been having nightmares since that last dental visit. She'd wake up claiming someone was in her room watching her sleep. The dentist had given her a small gift after the cleaning, a leather pouch for her lost teeth, he'd said, for the tooth fairy. My hands trembled as I showed him the wallet. He recognized it immediately, his face draining of color. His daughter had lost it at a park several weeks ago, had cried for hours because the tooth fairy wouldn't be able to find her special teeth. The father had assumed it was just a child's imagination, but now he was backing away from his front door, his voice dropping to a whisper as he asked me to leave. I drove home through empty streets, the wallet burning like a coal in my passenger seat. The teeth rattled softly with each turn, a quiet percussion that seemed to follow my heartbeat. When I pulled into my driveway, I noticed my neighbor's porch light was on. She was standing at her window, watching me. When our eyes met, she quickly pulled the curtains closed. Inside my house, I found another photo tucked into the wallet. This one showed the missing dentist standing in what looked like my backyard. He was smiling, holding a small shovel. The image was grainy, taken from a distance, but I could see the freshly turned earth behind him. I grabbed a flashlight and went outside, my bare feet cold against the grass. The soil near my back fence was soft, darker than the rest of the yard. I'd noticed it before, but assumed it was just a difference in drainage. Now, kneeling with my hands in the dirt, I could smell that metallic scent again. My fingers found something hard, smooth. Not a tooth this time, but a small metal object, a dental tool, engraved with initials that matched the missing dentist's name. I sat back on my heels, the tool heavy in my palm. The wallet had led me here to my own backyard, to evidence I'd been unknowingly living above. But as I stared at the disturbed earth, another thought crept in. How long had I been living in this house? The lease was in my name, but I couldn't remember signing it. The neighbors treated me like I'd always been here, but my memories of moving in were strangely fuzzy. I went back inside and called the detective, but her phone went straight to voicemail. I tried the police station, but they had no record of my previous reports about the wallet. The desk sergeant sounded confused when I mentioned the missing dentist case, claimed they'd never investigated such a disappearance. I hung up and stared at the wallet, now sitting innocently on my kitchen counter. The teeth were gone, the pouch was empty except for a small key I'd never seen before. The key fit perfectly into a drawer in my bedroom dresser, a drawer I'd never been able to open. Inside were documents, photographs, and a small appointment book filled with names and dates. My name appeared multiple times, scheduled for procedures I didn't remember having. The last entry was dated for tomorrow with a simple note: final extraction complete, subject ready for integration. Below it, in the same careful handwriting, was my address and a small map of my backyard with an X marked near the back fence. I'm writing this now because I need to document what I've found before I forget again. The wallet is gone, but I can still feel its weight in my hands. The teeth are missing, but I can taste the metallic flavor they left behind. The detective won't return my calls, and the missing dentist's office is empty again, as if it had never been occupied. Tomorrow I'll dig deeper in my backyard. I'll find out what's buried there, what connection I have to the missing dentist and the stolen teeth. But part of me already knows what I'll discover. Part of me has always known, buried deep like everything else in this carefully orchestrated life. The real question isn't who put the wallet in that parking lot for me to find. The real question is why I was the one meant to find it, and why I keep forgetting the answers even as I uncover them. The teeth in that wallet weren't just evidence. They were a message, a reminder of something I'd lost or something I'd taken. I'm going to sleep now, but I've hidden this account where I'll find it again, because I know that when I wake up, the wallet will be back and this will all begin again. The only thing that changes is how much I remember and how much I'm willing to forget. Crime 4, I live alone. The baby monitor came with the place, hidden under some furniture. I kept it out of curiosity, plugged in just for background noise. One night it picked up heavy breathing, not mine. I muted the TV, held my breath, and listened. The sound was above me, the attic. I grabbed a chair, pulled the hatch, and climbed up with a flashlight. Nothing, just dust and cobwebs, but the monitor kept transmitting. A man's voice whispered, "I've always been here." I ripped it from the wall. The next day, a second monitor appeared, this time on my pillow. That's when I knew I had to dig deeper. The previous tenant had left more than just a baby monitor behind. I found records in a drawer I'd never bothered checking, utility bills with a different name, receipts for things I'd never bought. The handwriting was shaky, desperate. One note caught my attention: "They don't believe me about the sounds." I called the landlord. His voice changed when I mentioned the monitor. He cleared his throat, paused longer than necessary. The previous tenant, he said, had been a young mother, single. She'd complained about noises, claimed someone was watching her child through the monitor. Security cameras, he'd installed them after her third call. Nothing showed up on the footage. The mother had moved out suddenly one winter night, left everything behind, even the baby. I felt my stomach drop. There had been a child here, in this same room where I slept, where I'd been hearing those transmissions. The landlord's words felt rehearsed, like he'd told this story before to other tenants who'd asked the same questions. I started looking for traces. Baby powder still clung to the baseboard near the closet. Tiny fingerprints on the lower portion of windows, too small and too perfect to be anything else. In the kitchen cabinet, behind canned goods I'd placed there myself, I found a sippy cup. The plastic was cracked, the rubber nipple still soft. The local library had newspaper archives. I spent days scrolling through missing persons reports, child welfare cases, anything that might connect to my address. The librarian, an elderly woman with thick glasses, watched me with growing concern. She'd seen people like me before, she said, people who moved into that house and became obsessed with finding answers. That house, she knew exactly which one I meant. The articles were buried deep, filed under different categories. A custody dispute that turned violent. A mother who'd accused her ex-partner of breaking into her home, of watching their child through electronic devices. The man had alibis for every incident she reported. Security footage showed no one entering or leaving. Her credibility crumbled in court. The child's name was redacted in most documents, but I found one police report that slipped through. The responding officer had noted unusual wear patterns on the carpet leading to the attic access. Fresh scratches around the hatch that didn't match any tools the mother owned, but no physical evidence of an intruder. I returned home with a box of photocopied documents. The baby monitor was back on the nightstand. I hadn't put it there. This time it was different, newer. The model number didn't match the original. Someone had been in my house while I was at the library. The new monitor crackled to life without being turned on, static mixed with what sounded like a lullaby, a woman's voice singing softly, the same voice that had left those desperate notes in the drawer. She was singing to suit the crying child, but I couldn't hear any baby sounds, just her voice growing more strained with each verse. I recorded everything on my phone. When I played it back, the audio was clear except for one section. During the lullaby, another voice layered underneath, male, whispering words I couldn't make out, but the tone was unmistakable, threatening, possessive. The recordings led me to a contact in the police department. The detective who'd handled the custody case agreed to meet at a coffee shop downtown. He looked tired, older than his years. This case had stayed with him, he admitted. The mother's story had holes, but her fear was genuine, the kind of terror you can't fake. He showed me crime scene photos on his tablet, my living room but filled with children's toys, a crib where my couch now sat, crayon marks on walls I'd painted over. The mother had tried to prove someone was accessing her home through the attic. She'd scattered flour on the floor up there, set up cameras, even slept with the baby in her arms. The flour had been disturbed, footprints that were too large to be hers, too fresh to be from previous tenants. But the cameras malfunctioned every time something happened. Static, dead batteries, corrupted files. Her ex-partner's lawyers painted her as unstable, paranoid, unfit. The detective leaned closer. The custody hearing had been scheduled for a Tuesday. The night before, neighbors reported screams from the house. Police arrived to find the front door open, baby monitor smashed on the floor, the mother and child gone. No signs of struggle, no blood, just that broken monitor and a note on the kitchen table. I can't protect her anymore. They found the mother's car at the bottom of a lake 2 counties over. She was inside. The child was never found. The case file listed the ex-partner as the primary suspect, but his alibi was solid. He'd been at work, surrounded by witnesses when the disappearance occurred. Security footage confirmed it. The investigation stalled, then closed. The house sat empty for months before being rented to me. I drove to the ex-partner's workplace. The building was abandoned now, windows boarded up. A for-lease sign swayed in the wind. I asked at neighboring businesses about the company that used to operate there. Most people claimed not to remember. One shop owner, though, remembered him. Quiet man, she said, worked strange hours, had keys to the building, came and went as he pleased. She pointed to a detail I'd missed. The building had a security company that provided services to multiple locations. The same company that had installed the cameras at my house. The same company whose technician had responded to every malfunction the mother reported. That night I sat in my living room with all the lights off, waiting. The baby monitor remained silent until just after midnight. Then came the breathing again. Steady, deliberate, closer than before. I crept toward the attic hatch and listened. The breathing wasn't coming from the monitor. It was coming from above the ceiling, directly over my head. Someone was up there, had been up there all along. The monitor wasn't picking up transmissions from another location. It was recording sounds from inside my own house. I called the police, but when they arrived, the attic was empty. The breathing had stopped. They found evidence someone had been living up there, though. A sleeping bag, empty food containers, a collection of photographs. All of them showed the inside of my house. Me sleeping, cooking, reading, taken through vents and gaps in the ceiling. Among the photographs was a business card, the security company. The same technician who'd responded to the mother's calls, who'd installed cameras that never worked properly, who'd had access to the building where the ex-partner supposedly had an alibi. But when police contacted the security company, they had no record of that technician. The name on the business card didn't match any employee they'd ever had. The address led to an empty lot. The detective from the custody case called me the next morning. He'd been following up on my information. The ex-partner they'd investigated had died in a car accident 6 months after the mother and child disappeared. But someone had been using his identity to maintain employment records, to create alibis, to build a life that existed only on paper. I moved out that week. Found a new place across town, threw away everything that had been in the house. But sometimes, late at night, I still hear that lullaby, the mother's voice singing to a child who might still be out there somewhere, and underneath it, that other voice, the one that whispers promises no one should have to keep. The baby monitor case was never officially reopened. Too many jurisdictional issues, too many missing pieces. But I know what I heard in that attic, what I saw in those photographs. Someone had perfected the art of being invisible, of existing in the spaces between documented life and actual presence. The mother wasn't paranoid. She was right about everything. She just couldn't prove it to people who needed evidence more than they needed to protect a child. And now that child is somewhere, with someone who spent years learning how to hide in plain sight. I still check my new house for monitors, still listen for breathing that isn't mine. Because once you know how someone can disappear without leaving, you realize how easily they can reappear without warning. The most dangerous predators aren't the ones who break down doors. They're the ones who already have the keys. Crime 5, I hike often. There's a trail I take behind a chain-link fence that locals avoid. It's quiet, peaceful, until I found the shoes. 2 pairs, side by side, slightly muddy. Odd but not alarming until I nudged one. There was weight. I bent down and saw bone, not animal. Inside the shoes were the remains of 2 human feet, carefully preserved. A ribbon tied around each ankle. I ran, but I swear something followed. That night the shoes appeared on my porch, clean this time. And the ribbons were tied tighter. The police came when I called. They examined my property with that practiced indifference I've seen before in other circumstances. The detective who spoke to me had tired eyes and coffee breath. She asked about the shoes on the trail, took notes in a small pad, then asked if I'd been drinking. When I mentioned the ribbons, her pen stopped moving. What color were they? Blue, light blue, like baby blankets. Something shifted in her expression. She made another note, this one longer. The investigation stalled within days. They found nothing on the trail where I discovered the first pair. No disturbance in the soil, no additional evidence. The detective called to inform me they'd classified it as a prank. Someone playing with animal bones, she suggested. Deer feet were similar enough to fool someone at first glance. But I knew what I'd seen. The shape was wrong for animal remains. The size, the joints, the way the bones sat inside leather that had been worn by human steps. I started researching missing persons cases, scrolling through faces that stared back from computer screens with desperate hope frozen in their expressions. The local library had newspapers dating back decades. I spent afternoons there, turning pages that smelled like dust and old ink. The librarian, an elderly woman with silver hair pulled back severely, noticed my interest in the crime section. Looking for something specific. Missing persons, recent cases. She adjusted her glasses and walked away, returning with a box of clippings she kept behind the circulation desk. People disappear around here more than you'd think, she said quietly. Especially hikers, the trails can be deceptive. The first article I found was from 6 months prior. A couple had vanished during a weekend camping trip. Their car was discovered at a trailhead not far from where I usually hiked. The woman wore size 7 shoes. The man wore size 10. I felt my pulse quicken. The second article was older, from the previous year. A solo hiker, a woman in her 30s, had disappeared after telling friends she planned to explore the back trails behind the industrial district. She was last seen wearing blue hiking boots and had a habit of tying ribbons in her hair for good luck. I drove back to the trail that evening, carrying a flashlight and a small shovel I'd borrowed from my neighbor's garage. The fence had a gap I'd never noticed before, just wide enough for someone to slip through without making noise. The metal was bent outward, as if pushed from the inside. The trail looked different after dark. Familiar landmarks seemed displaced, and the path branched in directions I didn't remember. I found the spot where the shoes had been, but the ground showed no sign of disturbance. Too clean, someone had been careful. 50 yards deeper into the woods, I caught a scent that made my stomach turn. Sweet and wrong, like flowers left too long in water. I followed it until my flashlight beam hit something pale against the base of an old oak tree. A backpack canvas, faded green, with mud caked into the fabric. Inside were identification cards for the missing couple from the newspaper. Their photos smiled up at me from driver's licenses, younger and more optimistic than the grainy images I'd seen in print. There was also a journal, water-damaged but readable. The woman's handwriting was careful, precise. The final entry was dated the day they disappeared. We're being watched. Someone has been following us since yesterday. Found our campsite disturbed this morning. Food missing. Clothes moved. We're going to hike out early, take the back trail to avoid whoever this is. If something happens to us, check the old maintenance shed behind the fence, the one with the blue door. My hands shook as I closed the journal. The maintenance shed. I'd seen it during my regular hikes but never paid attention. It sat at the edge of the trail system, half hidden by overgrown brush, painted in industrial colors that blended with the landscape. The lock was broken when I found it. The door opened with a rusty creak that echoed through the trees. Inside, the air was thick with that same sickly sweet smell. My flashlight revealed a workspace of sorts. A table, tools arranged with obsessive precision, and mason jars filled with clear liquid that caught the light like tiny prisons. On the table were more shoes, dozens of pairs, all sizes, all types. Hiking boots, running shoes, sneakers worn thin by use. Each pair had been cleaned meticulously and fitted with ribbons tied in identical bows. Blue ribbons, all of them, cut from what looked like the same spool. Behind the shoes tacked to the wall were photographs. Not professional crime scene photos, but personal snapshots. People hiking, unaware they were being watched. People setting up campsites. People walking alone on trails they thought were empty. In every photo, the subjects wore the shoes that now sat preserved on the table. I recognized some of the faces from the missing persons reports I'd read. Others were unfamiliar, but their expressions held the same carefree confidence of people who believed they were safe in nature. The detective with tired eyes answered her phone on the fourth ring. I told her about the shed, the photographs, the journal. She listened without interrupting, then asked me to repeat the location. When I finished, there was a long pause. "We'll send someone to check it out." "When?" "Soon." But I could hear something in her voice that suggested soon might not come at all. The kind of weariness that comes from dealing with evidence that disappears and witnesses who change their stories. I waited by the shed until sunrise, sitting against a tree where I could watch both the building and the trail. No one came. No police cars, no investigators, no curious hikers drawn by yellow tape. When I called the station the next day, a different officer answered. He had no record of my report, no knowledge of any investigation involving missing hikers or a maintenance shed. He suggested I speak with someone in the parks department about abandoned buildings on public land. The parks department transferred me 3 times before connecting me with a supervisor who sounded annoyed by the interruption. "That shed's been scheduled for demolition for 2 years, he said. "Budget issues keep pushing it back. We don't maintain regular patrols in that area." "What about the missing persons cases?" "Not our jurisdiction. You need to speak with county law enforcement." County law enforcement referred me back to local police. Local police had no record of our previous conversation. I returned to the shed that afternoon with a camera, determined to document everything before it could disappear or be dismissed. The lock was new, heavy, industrial grade with no signs of rust or weather damage. The door wouldn't budge. Through a gap in the boards I could see inside. The table was bare. The walls were empty. The floor had been swept clean. Even the sickly sweet smell was gone, replaced by the sharp scent of industrial cleaner. But in the corner, barely visible in the shadows, sat a single pair of shoes. Mine. The hiking boots I'd been wearing the day I found the first pair on the trail. Clean now, with fresh laces and 2 blue ribbons tied in perfect bows around the ankles. I backed away from the shed, my heart hammering against my ribs. The trail behind me stretched into darkness, though the sun still filtered through the canopy above. I couldn't shake the feeling that each step was being measured, catalogued, remembered. The detective called me that evening, the tired-eyed woman who'd taken my initial report. "We found something," she said. "Can you come to the station?" The evidence room was smaller than I'd expected. Fluorescent lights buzzed overhead, casting everything in harsh shadows. On a metal table sat the 2 pairs of shoes I'd originally discovered on the trail. The ribbons were gone. "Animal bones," the detective said, confirming her earlier assessment. "Deer most likely, someone's idea of a sick joke." "What about the shed, the photographs?" "We checked, empty building, scheduled for demolition. No signs of recent activity." She opened a file folder and showed me photos of the shed's interior. Bare walls, empty floor, no table, no preserved shoes, no evidence of the collection I documented with my own eyes. "Sometimes trauma can play tricks on memory," she said gently. "Finding those bones, even animal bones arranged like that, it can create false associations, make us see things that fit a pattern we expect to find." I wanted to argue, to demand they investigate further, but her expression held the same professional sympathy I'd seen before. The look that says the conversation is over, the case is closed, the witness is unreliable. That night I found a package on my doorstep. No delivery markings, no return address. Inside were my hiking boots, the ones I'd seen in the shed. They'd been cleaned and polished until the leather gleamed. Fresh laces were threaded through every eyelet with military precision. And tied around each ankle, barely visible unless you knew to look for them, were two thin blue ribbons. I haven't been back to the trail since then, but sometimes when I'm driving past the industrial district, I catch a glimpse of movement behind the chain-link fence. A figure walking with measured steps, carrying something that might be shoes, might be tools, might be evidence of crimes that never officially happened. The detective never returned my calls after that night at the station. When I tried the main number, they told me she'd been transferred to another department. No one could tell me which one or provide contact information. I still have the boots. They sit in my closet, clean and pristine, with those blue ribbons that seem to glow in the darkness. Sometimes I think about wearing them again, about returning to the trail and following it to whatever ending waits in the shadows beyond the fence. But then I remember the photographs tacked to the wall of that shed. All those faces, all those people who thought they were alone in the woods, all those shoes preserved like trophies with ribbons that marked them as belonging to someone who collected more than footwear. And I wonder if the detective was right about one thing. Maybe trauma does play tricks on memory. Maybe I never saw what I thought I saw, never found what I thought I found. Or maybe some truths are too dangerous to officially acknowledge. Maybe some investigations end not because the evidence disappears, but because letting them continue would reveal something the authorities aren't prepared to face. The ribbons are still there, tied in perfect bows, waiting for the next hike that will never come. Crime 6, most clients don't care what I see as long as I don't touch. One place had a basement door behind a false wall. Curiosity got the best of me. I opened it and found a hidden room. Bare concrete, no furniture, just chains bolted into the floor, stained dark, a mattress torn at the seams, and drawings on the walls, faces screaming, stick figures with limbs missing. I locked the door, left everything as it was, and never spoke about it. A week later, I got a new cleaning request. Same neighborhood, same house, different name. No one answered when I knocked, but the door was unlocked. I've been cleaning houses for over a decade. You learn to become invisible, to notice everything while pretending to see nothing. People leave their lives scattered across surfaces like breadcrumbs, and I follow the trail with my microfiber cloth and vacuum cleaner, erasing evidence of their existence one room at a time. The house on Maple Street looked ordinary from the outside. White picket fence, manicured lawn, the kind of place where families gather for barbecues and children ride bicycles in circles. The client contacted me through my usual service, requesting a deep clean before new tenants moved in. The payment was generous, cash up front, delivered in an envelope slipped under my car windshield. I arrived on a Tuesday morning when the fog still clung to the windows like fingers reluctant to let go. The key was exactly where they said it would be, taped beneath the mailbox. Inside, the house felt too quiet, the kind of silence that presses against your eardrums until you hear your own heartbeat. The main floor was unremarkable, kitchen with granite countertops that hadn't seen a meal in months. Living room with furniture covered in white sheets like ghosts frozen mid-conversation. Upstairs, 3 bedrooms, each more sterile than the last, but it was the basement that held my attention. The stairs creaked under my weight as I descended into the cool darkness. My flashlight beam swept across boxes labeled in neat handwriting, holiday decorations, old photo albums. Standard basement storage, but something felt wrong. The space seemed smaller than it should have been, given the house's footprint above. I measured the walls with my eyes, counting steps, comparing dimensions. The math didn't add up. There was missing space, a pocket of darkness that couldn't be accounted for. I ran my hands along the concrete walls until I found it, a seam disguised as a crack running floor to ceiling. Pressing against it revealed a hidden panel that swung inward on silent hinges. The smell hit me first, dampness mixed with something metallic, something that made my stomach clench. The room beyond was small, maybe 8 feet square, lit by a single bulb that flickered when I found the switch. The chains were old, heavy links that had worn grooves into the concrete where they'd been dragged back and forth. Brown stains spread across the floor in patterns that looked deliberate, almost artistic. The mattress in the corner was shredded, stuffing spilling out like exposed organs, but it was the walls that made my hands shake. Scratched into the concrete were faces, dozens of them, carved with desperate fingernails or perhaps something sharper. Some were detailed, showing eyes wide with terror, mouths open in silent screams. Others were simple stick figures, but even these primitive drawings conveyed a horror that made my chest tight. Many of the figures were incomplete, missing limbs, missing parts of their faces, as if whoever drew them couldn't bear to finish the portraits. I stood there for what felt like hours, but was probably only minutes, trying to process what I was seeing. This wasn't the work of someone playing at being dangerous. This was real. The chains weren't props. The stains weren't paint. Someone had been brought here, held here, hurt here. My phone had no signal in the basement. I climbed back upstairs on shaking legs, my cleaning supplies forgotten. I should have called the police immediately. I should have run from the house and never looked back. Instead, I found myself drawn to the windows, searching the street for signs of surveillance, for anyone who might be watching. The house across the street had curtains that twitched closed when I looked in that direction. A car I hadn't noticed before was parked 3 houses down, someone sitting in the driver's seat reading a newspaper. Normal activities that suddenly felt charged with menace. I completed the cleaning job mechanically, muscle memory guiding me through the motions while my mind raced. I scrubbed surfaces that were already clean, vacuumed carpets that showed no footprints, organized closets that were already empty. The normalcy of the work felt obscene given what I discovered below. When I finished, I locked the basement door and tried to convince myself I'd imagined the whole thing. Stress, maybe. Too many true crime documentaries. But the smell lingered on my clothes, and I could still feel the cold metal of those chains under my fingertips. I left the house key where I'd found it and drove home in silence. I didn't mention the basement to my husband when he asked about my day. I didn't call the police. I told myself I needed time to think, to plan, to figure out the right approach. The truth was, I was terrified. 3 days later, I received another cleaning request. Same neighborhood, same street, same house number. But the client name was different and the contact information didn't match my records. I almost declined the job, but something compelled me to accept. Maybe it was curiosity. Maybe it was the need to prove to myself that I'd been imagining things. I arrived at the same house on Friday afternoon. The key wasn't under the mailbox this time. I knocked on the front door, calling out that I was the cleaning service. No answer. I tried the doorbell, listening to the hollow chime echo through the empty rooms beyond. Still nothing. The front door was unlocked. Inside, the house was different. The furniture was uncovered now, arranged as if someone lived there. Fresh flowers in a vase on the kitchen table. Magazines spread across the coffee table, open to articles about home decorating and family recipes. The transformation was so complete that for a moment I wondered if I'd come to the wrong address. But the basement door was still there, and it was standing open. I found myself walking toward it despite every instinct screaming at me to leave. The stairs creaked the same way, but now there were sounds coming from below. Soft scraping noises, like someone moving furniture across concrete. The hidden room was exactly as I'd left it, but now there was someone else there. A woman older than me, wearing rubber gloves and holding a wire brush. She was scrubbing at one of the stains on the floor with methodical precision, working in small circles, pausing occasionally to rinse the brush in a bucket of soapy water. She looked up when she heard my footsteps, and her face showed no surprise at seeing me there. Her eyes were calm, almost serene, the eyes of someone who had accepted something terrible and found peace in that acceptance. "You're early," she said, as if we'd scheduled this meeting. "I'm almost finished here." I wanted to ask her who she was, what she was doing, how she knew about the room, but the words wouldn't come. Instead, I found myself studying her technique, the way she worked the brush into the concrete, how she paid special attention to the areas around the chain anchors. "Most people would have called the police," she continued, never stopping her work. "But you didn't. You came back instead. That tells me something about you." She was right. I hadn't called anyone. I'd spent 3 days thinking about that room, about those drawings, about what might have happened there. But I hadn't picked up the phone. I'd returned instead, drawn by something I couldn't name. "They always come back," she said, wringing out the brush. "The cleaners, I mean, they find the room, they leave, they think about it, and then they come back. It's human nature. We can't leave mysteries unsolved." The bucket water was pink now, diluted with whatever she'd scrubbed from the concrete. She stood up slowly, her knees crackling like dry wood, and looked at me with those calm, terrible eyes. "The next one will be here soon," she said. "Someone always needs the room cleaned. Someone always needs the evidence removed. And someone always needs to know what happened here." She gathered her supplies and walked past me toward the stairs. I should have followed her, should have demanded answers, should have done something. But I remained frozen in that horrible little room, staring at the walls where the scratched faces seemed to watch me with their hollow eyes. By the time I climbed the stairs, she was gone. The front door was closed and locked from the inside. I was alone in the house with my questions and my growing certainty that I'd become part of something much larger than a cleaning job. I never found out who that woman was. I never learned what happened in that basement room or who drew those desperate faces on the walls. But I kept getting requests to clean that house, different names each time, different contact information, always the same address. And I kept going back. Because some mysteries aren't meant to be solved. Some rooms are meant to be cleaned in silence by people who understand that certain knowledge comes with a price. The faces on the walls watch me work now, and sometimes I think I recognize them from missing person reports I've seen online, from photographs on milk cartons, from stories that ended without resolution. I clean houses for a living. I make things disappear. And now I know that some stains never really come out. They just get covered over again and again by people like me who understand that the world needs its cleaners, its erasers, its quiet conspirators in the business of forgetting. The room is always dirty again by the next visit, and I always go back to clean it. Crime 7, it came in a plain envelope, no sender, just a hand-drawn map wrinkled and marked with red ink. At first I thought it was a mistake until I realized the layout matched my neighborhood. One house was circled, mine. I flipped it over. Written in jagged letters was one word, run. I threw it away, but the next day another map arrived. Same layout. This time the circle had moved to my bedroom. That night the smoke detector went off for no reason. When I checked the hallway, there were muddy footprints on the carpet. The footprints led from my front door to my bedroom window. I measured them against my own feet. They were smaller, narrower. The mud was still damp, carrying the scent of wet earth and something else I couldn't identify, something metallic. I called the police. The officer who came was young, tired. He examined the maps with the same expression I'd seen on grocery store clerks checking expired coupons. He told me to install better locks, maybe a security system. He didn't take the maps with him. That evening I walked through my house with new eyes. The spare key under the garden gnome was still there, but the gnome had been turned slightly. The kitchen window latch was loose. Had it always been that way? I found myself checking the locks 3 times before bed, running my fingers along the window frames, searching for scratches or pry marks. The third map arrived on a Tuesday. This one showed my daily route to work, marked with red X's at every stopped light. Someone had been watching me, learning my patterns. The paper felt different this time, heavier, like it had been handled repeatedly. When I held it up to the light, I could see faint impressions of other drawings underneath. I started keeping a journal, every strange sound, every displaced object, every moment when the air in my house felt wrong. The refrigerator hummed differently. The floorboards creaked in places they'd never creaked before. My coffee mug had a chip I didn't remember. Small things, probably nothing, but they accumulated like dust, creating a weight I couldn't shake. The fourth map was different. It showed the interior of my house, but not as it was now. This was how it had been arranged when I first moved in, before I'd rearranged the furniture, before I'd hung pictures or installed shelves. Someone had been in my house before I'd made it mine, someone who remembered. I contacted the previous owner. She was an elderly woman who spoke in whispers as if she was afraid of being overheard. She told me about the young man who used to live next door, how he'd helped her with groceries, how he'd had a key for emergencies, how he'd been obsessed with maps, always drawing them, always watching the neighborhood from his window. She moved away after he disappeared. She never said where he went. The house next door was empty now, had been for months. The windows were dark, covered in dust, but when I walked past it, I could feel eyes on me. I started taking different routes home, varying my schedule, parking in different spots. Nothing helped. The feeling followed me everywhere. The fifth map arrived with a photograph. It showed me sleeping. The angle was wrong, too high, too close. It had been taken from inside my bedroom. I studied every detail, every shadow, every fold in the blankets. The timestamp was from the previous week, but I had no memory of sleeping in that position. In the photo, my mouth was slightly open, my hand reaching toward something outside the frame. I looked peaceful, vulnerable. I installed cameras, changed the locks, sealed every window, but the maps kept coming, each one more detailed than the last. They showed my shower routine, my breakfast habits, the way I arranged my books. Someone was documenting my life with the precision of a scientist studying a specimen. The breakthrough came when I found the notebook. It was wedged behind the water heater in my basement, wrapped in plastic. Page after page of observations, written in the same jagged handwriting from the maps. Dates, times, descriptions, my clothing choices, my phone conversations, my visitors. The notebook went back years, long before I'd moved into the house. It contained details about the previous owner, her routines, her fears. At the back there was a list of names. Mine was the most recent. I recognized one of the other names. A woman who'd lived 3 streets over, who'd moved away suddenly after reporting a stalker. Another name belonged to a man who died in a car accident, but not before filing multiple police reports about someone watching his house. The patterns were there, documented in careful handwriting, a progression of obsession, escalation, and eventual silence. The last entry in the notebook was dated the day before. It described my morning routine with unsettling accuracy, including the brand of coffee I'd switched to the week before. but there was something else, a detail that made my hands shake as I read it. The writer described entering my house while I was at work, sitting in my chair, eating from my refrigerator, waiting for me to come home. I've been sitting in my car for 2 hours now, staring at my house. The lights are on, but I didn't leave them on. There's a figure in my living room window, barely visible behind the curtains. It's moving around, comfortable, familiar with the space. I want to call the police, but what would I tell them? That someone is living in my house while I'm away. That I have a notebook full of observations, but no proof of who wrote them. The envelope on my windshield appeared while I was distracted. Inside, there's no map this time, just a note. Thank you for the spare key. I've been waiting for you to come home. The handwriting is different now, neater, more confident, as if whoever wrote it has finally found what they were looking for. I can see my bedroom window from here. The curtains are moving, but there's no wind. Someone is in there in my space, touching my things, making themselves at home. The notebook is still in my lap, filled with evidence of a pattern I should have recognized sooner. But patterns only make sense when you can see the ending. I don't know if I'm the hunter or the hunted anymore. The maps led me to the notebook, but maybe that was always the intention. Maybe I was meant to find it, to understand that I'm not the first and I won't be the last. The house is quiet now, but I know someone is inside waiting. The question isn't whether I'll go in. The question is whether I'll ever come back out. Crime 8, I bought it at auction, an abandoned unit, hoping for antiques or something to flip. What I found was unsettling. Dozens of identical backpacks, all black, all zipped shut. Inside each one was the same thing, a knife, duct tape, a disposable phone, and a Polaroid photo of a different person. Every face looked scared, caught mid-scream. None of them looked familiar until I reached the last backpack. The photo was of me walking my dog. The knife in that one had initials carved into the blade. They matched the ones on my mailbox. The smell hit me first, not death, nothing that obvious, something metallic and sterile, like medical equipment left too long in damp air. My hands were already shaking as I counted them again. 47 backpacks arranged in perfect rows. The kind of organization that spoke of ritual, of planning that went back months, maybe years. I called the police from the parking lot, but when they arrived, something felt wrong. The officer who took my statement kept glancing at his partner. They photographed everything, bagged the evidence, but their questions felt rehearsed. They asked about my background, how I'd heard about the auction, whether I'd noticed anyone following me lately. The last question made my skin crawl. The storage facility manager was nervous, fumbling with his clipboard as he explained the previous renter. Someone who'd paid cash, always wore a baseball cap pulled low, never gave a real name. The fake ID he'd used belonged to a man who'd been dead for 3 years. I found that out later, after I started digging on my own. The photos haunted me, 47 faces, each one captured in what looked like their final moment of terror. I spread them across my kitchen table, studying each expression, looking for patterns. Some were taken indoors, others outside. Different lighting, different angles, but always the same look of absolute fear. The kind that comes when you realize your worst nightmare is real. I started carrying the photo of myself everywhere, the one from the last backpack. It had been taken from across the street while I was walking my dog near the park. I remembered that evening now, how my dog had suddenly stopped, ears alert, staring into the shadows between 2 houses. I'd tugged the leash, eager to get home. I should have listened to the animal's instincts. The local newspaper archives became my obsession. Missing persons reports, unsolved disappearances, cold cases that never made headlines. I found matches, not all of them, but enough to make my blood run cold. A college student who vanished after leaving her part-time job, a maintenance worker who never returned from his lunch break, a teacher who disappeared during her evening jog. Their photos, alive and smiling in newspaper stories, looked nothing like the terrified faces in those Polaroids. But they were the same people. The police stopped returning my calls. When I showed up at the station, they told me the case was under investigation, that I needed to be patient. The detective assigned to it avoided eye contact when he spoke to me. His nameplate read the same initials that were carved into that knife, the knife meant for me. I hired a private investigator, someone from out of town who didn't know the local players. She lasted 2 weeks before she called it off, said she was moving away for family reasons. Her voice sounded different on the phone, smaller somehow. When I drove by her office, the windows were already papered over. The storage unit owner disappeared next, just stopped showing up to work one morning. His replacement, a quiet man with careful eyes, claimed he'd never heard of the previous manager. The rental records for Unit 47 had vanished too. According to their computer system, that unit had been empty for years. I started noticing things, cars that appeared in my rearview mirror too often, phones that rang once and went silent, mail that arrived already opened, then carefully resealed. My neighbor mentioned seeing someone in my backyard while I was at work, just standing there looking up at my windows. When I checked, there were footprints in the soft dirt, but they stopped abruptly at the edge of my patio. The worst part was the doubt that crept in. Had I imagined some of it, memory is unreliable, especially when fear takes hold. I found myself questioning details, wondering if the photos really showed what I thought they showed. Maybe those faces weren't screaming. Maybe they were just surprised, caught off guard by a camera flash. But then I'd remember the knives, identical blades, each one sharp enough to catch the fluorescent light in the storage unit. They weren't meant for cutting rope or opening boxes. They were tools with a single, horrifying purpose. I moved away, left everything behind except what fit in my car, started over in a place where nobody knew my name or my story. For months, I convinced myself I was safe. Then the package arrived, no return address, postmarked from the town I'd fled. Inside was a Polaroid camera and a single photograph. It was me taken through the window of my new apartment. I was sitting at my kitchen table, reading a book, completely unaware of being watched. On the back, someone had written a single word in careful handwriting: soon. I still have the photo. It sits on my desk as I write this, a reminder that some stories don't have endings. They just pause, waiting for the right moment to continue. The person who arranged those backpacks, who took those pictures, who carved those initials, they're still out there, still planning, still watching. And sometimes, late at night when the house settles and the shadows seem to move, I wonder if they were ever really after those other people at all. Maybe this was always about me. Maybe everything else was just practice, preparation for something bigger. The knife with my initials is somewhere in an evidence locker, tagged and catalogued and forgotten. But I know there are others. Identical blades waiting in identical backpacks, arranged in perfect rows somewhere new. The only question is whether the next person to find them will recognize the photo in time. Or if they'll even want to. Crime 9, cheap room, just a place to sleep. I didn't notice the damage at first. The carpet was lumpy, stained. I pulled it up and saw the holes, small, dark, clustered near the bed. Bullet holes. I searched under the bed frame and found a flattened slug lodged in the wood. Then I saw the ceiling above me, patched poorly, painted unevenly. I asked the front desk. They said no one had used that room in years, but my key worked. The lights flickered all night. And when I checked out, my name wasn't on the reservation log, but someone else's was, written in shaky red ink. The name haunted me. I went back the next morning. The desk clerk was different, younger, nervous. She recognized me immediately, which was strange. I asked about the reservation log. She pulled out a thick book with yellowed pages and flipped through it slowly. Her finger traced the entries, pausing at the red ink. The handwriting was erratic, desperate. She looked up at me with wide eyes and whispered that the person who wrote it had been asking about me specifically. They wanted to know when I would arrive. I felt my skin crawl. How could anyone know I was coming when I had booked the room on impulse? The clerk said the person had waited in the lobby for hours, pacing, checking the parking lot repeatedly. They kept asking about room 14, my room. When I pressed for more details, she admitted something that made my blood freeze. The person had a photograph of me. The investigation consumed me. I returned to that motel repeatedly, studying every detail of that room. The bullet holes formed a pattern that suggested someone had been lying on the bed when the shots were fired. The wood beneath showed impact marks at different angles, indicating multiple shooters or a prolonged struggle. I found traces of something dark between the floorboards, something that had been cleaned hastily but never completely removed. The motel manager finally agreed to speak with me after weeks of persistence. He was an older man with calloused hands and tired eyes. He told me about the incident that had closed the room indefinitely. A guest had been found barely alive, multiple gunshot wounds, but they refused to identify their attackers. The police investigation went nowhere because the victim claimed not to remember anything. But the manager remembered something else. The victim kept asking for someone by name, my name. I felt the walls closing in. The victim had been asking for me before I even knew this place existed. The manager described someone who matched my general appearance but seemed different, somehow older, more weathered, with scars I didn't have. He showed me a police report he had kept against regulations. The victim's description of their attackers was vague, but one detail stood out. They had mentioned a specific birthmark, a crescent-shaped mark on the shoulder. I rolled up my sleeve and showed him mine. His face went pale. He admitted that he had always suspected the victim was lying about their memory loss. They had been too coherent, too specific about certain details while claiming complete amnesia about others. The police had noticed inconsistencies too, but without cooperation from the victim, the case went cold. What disturbed him most was that the victim had checked out of the hospital and disappeared completely, leaving no forwarding address or contact information. I obtained copies of the medical records through a contact who worked at the hospital. The victim's injuries were severe but not life-threatening. The doctors noted unusual scarring patterns that suggested previous trauma, old wounds that had healed poorly. Most disturbing was a psychiatric evaluation that described the victim as displaying signs of dissociative disorder and claiming to have no memory of their identity before the shooting. The more I dug, the more questions arose. I found rental car records showing that someone with my name had rented a vehicle during the week of the shooting, but I had been working overseas that entire month with passport stamps and employment records to prove it. The rental agency had security footage, but when I requested it, they told me the tapes had been damaged in a fire shortly after the incident. I started having dreams about that room. In them, I was lying on the bed, staring at the ceiling, waiting for something terrible to happen. I could hear footsteps in the hallway, hushed voices discussing plans I couldn't quite make out. The smell of gun oil and fear filled my nostrils. I would wake up with my heart racing, sheets soaked in sweat, the taste of copper in my mouth. The breakthrough came when I found the victim's journal, abandoned in a storage unit whose contents were being auctioned off. The entries were written in my handwriting. They described a plan to fake my own death to escape debts and threats I couldn't handle. The final entry, dated the day before the shooting, expressed second thoughts about the arrangement. It mentioned meeting with people who promised to make it look convincing but not actually kill me. The handwriting became increasingly erratic. as it described growing paranoia about whether these people could be trusted. I stared at those pages for hours. The handwriting was unmistakably mine, but I had no memory of writing any of it. The details described a life I didn't recognize, debts to dangerous people, a business deal gone wrong, threats against my family. But certain personal details were too accurate to be coincidental. The journal mentioned my childhood pet's name, a scar from an accident only I knew about, my mother's maiden name. The final page contained an address and a phone number. I called the number repeatedly, but it had been disconnected. The address led me to an abandoned warehouse where I found more evidence of my involvement in something I couldn't remember. Financial documents with my signature, photographs of me meeting with people I didn't recognize, detailed plans for staging the shooting that would put me in the hospital but keep me alive. Standing in that empty warehouse, surrounded by evidence of a life I couldn't recall living, I realized the most terrifying possibility. Either someone had gone to extraordinary lengths to frame me for my own attempted murder, or I had planned the entire thing and somehow erased it from my memory. The victim in the hospital bed, the one who couldn't remember their identity, might have been me all along. I returned to the motel one final time. The room had been renovated, the bullet holes filled, new carpet installed. But in the bathroom mirror, I noticed something that made my hands shake. A small scar on my shoulder, exactly where the hospital records indicated the victim had been wounded. A scar I had never noticed before, or perhaps had chosen not to see. The case remains open in my mind. I carry the journal with me, reading those entries written in my own hand, describing a desperate plan I cannot remember making. Sometimes I catch myself checking hotel registries, wondering if my name appears in places I've never been. The truth feels just beyond my reach, like trying to remember a dream that slips away upon waking. What terrifies me most is not knowing whether I was the victim or the architect of my own destruction. Story 10. The motel stood there, a relic of the past, its faded sign barely visible in the dim light. It was the kind of place where travelers sought refuge for a night, not bothering to linger. The receptionist handed her the key with a peculiar glance, a silent warning lingering in his eyes. "Just avoid the last door on your left," he whispered cryptically. Intrigue tugged at her curiosity as she ascended the creaky stairs to her room. That night, as the hallway lay shrouded in shadows, she hesitated before the ominous door. The metal handle sent chills down her spine as she reached out to touch it. To her eyes, it seemed no different from the other doors lining the corridor until she leaned in, pressing her ear against the cold wood. From within, a faint breath whispered, a ghostly presence lingering on the other side. Detective Morgan Reed found herself at the scene, fatigue weighing heavy on her shoulders as she crossed under the caution tape marking the boundary. The stench of copper assaulted her senses, a familiar scent that spoke of tragedy. Blood stained the floor, a stark contrast against the sterile bathroom and untouched bed. In the center of the room, a young woman lay motionless, her golden locks splayed around her like a halo. Her vacant gaze met Reed's, frozen in a silent scream. Kneeling beside the victim, Reed observed the grim tableau with a practiced eye. The forensic technician worked methodically, capturing the evidence that would unravel the mystery. "Third one this year," he remarked, his tone devoid of emotion. "Same modus operandi as before." Reed nodded in acknowledgement, her mind already piecing together the puzzle. The victim's attire spoke of elegance, out of place in the drab surroundings of the motel room. A designer purse sat open on the bedside table, its contents undisturbed. This was no random act of violence, a deeper motive lurked beneath the surface. The motel manager lingered anxiously in the doorway, his pallor betraying his distress. "She checked in alone, paid in cash, I never imagined." His voice trailed off, haunted by the grim discovery. Back at the precinct, Reed studied the evidence board, connecting the dots between three similar cases. Three women, all found in nondescript motels, all meeting the same tragic fate. Speculation swirled in the media, painting a picture of a predator preying on unsuspecting victims. "The autopsy report is in," Detective Hayes announced, breaking the silence in the room. Reed accepted the file, scanning its contents with furrowed brows. "Death by strangulation, no signs of sexual assault. This killer is driven by personal motives, not mere brutality," she mused aloud. Days turned into nights as the investigation delved deeper into the shadows. Surveillance footage yielded no breakthroughs, and the victim, identified as Elaine Werner, remained an enigma. A breakthrough came when Werner's sister shared a crucial detail: a mysterious man known only as C, a forbidden liaison that hinted at secrets untold. Reed's focus shifted to Werner's workplace, where she uncovered a tangled web of deceit and betrayal. Charles Emerson, a high-ranking executive, emerged as a person of interest, his polished facade masking a darker truth. As the evidence mounted, Emerson's carefully constructed world began to crumble. In the interrogation room, Emerson's veneer cracked, revealing the cold heart of a predator consumed by fear of exposure. His meticulous plans unraveled under scrutiny, each piece of evidence painting a damning portrait of his depravity. The trial brought closure for the families of the victims, but for Reed, the case lingered like a shadow, a reminder of the darkness that dwells within seemingly ordinary souls. As Emerson was led away to face his sentence, Reed met his gaze, searching for a flicker of remorse in his eyes. What she found was a void, a chilling emptiness that sent a shiver down her spine. The media dubbed it the "door on the left" case, a cautionary tale that captured the public's imagination. In the quiet moments that followed, Reed found herself haunted by the echoes of the past, the phantom whispers of the victims lingering in the corridors of her mind. The keys to those fateful rooms remained locked away, tangible reminders of the horrors that lurked behind closed doors. And as she walked down hotel hallways, she couldn't help but wonder what secrets lay hidden, waiting to be uncovered in the stillness of the night. Story 11. The village never spoke of the house on the outskirts of the forest. It stood solitary, its windows dark, its porch weary from time's burden. No one laid claim to it, no one could recall its builder. Yet when a band of wanderers strayed too near, they beheld a peculiar sight: names etched into the wooden panels, carved deep like omens. At the end of the list, fresh and untouched, was a name unfamiliar to all, until a whisper broke the silence, a voice quivering, "That name is mine." When the call came in, it was the dead of night. Dispatch logged it as a routine trespassing incident. The voice on the line belonged to Mason Wright, the leader of the hikers who had uncovered his name carved into the forsaken abode. The responding officers anticipated nothing more than juvenile mischief, perhaps a jest among companions. However, what awaited them defied logic. Detective Sarah Keller arrived as night draped the woods in its cloak. Her flashlight pierced the darkness, revealing the weathered face of the structure. The names 27 in total ran vertically down the eastern wall. Some had faded with time, nearly vanishing against the weathered wood. Others remained sharp, as if freshly carved. And at the base, Mason Wright, the cut still carrying remnants of new sawdust. "I've never set foot here before," Mason asserted, his breath forming mist in the chilly air. "I can't fathom how anyone would know my name." The inquiry commenced with checks on the backgrounds of each name listed. The findings sent shivers through the detective team. Every name belonged to an individual reported missing over the past 40 years. Some cases had grown cold, others remained active. Yet all shared a chilling similarity: the persons had vanished while hiking alone. Forensic experts photographed each engraving, documenting the differing depths, methods, and weathering patterns. The oldest name, Rebecca Hansen, aligned with a missing persons case from 37 years prior. The case files recounted a young woman who ventured into those woods and never returned. Search parties uncovered naught but a lone hiking boot beside a stream. Detective Keller extensively interviewed Mason. His account remained unwavering. He had no ties to the area beyond that hiking expedition with 4 college comrades. Their choice of trail had been random, based on an online suggestion. There was no connection in his history to any of the other names on the wall. The focus of the investigation shifted to Mason's companions. Emily Chen, the group's photographer, provided snapshots taken during their trek. Upon scrutinizing the images, analysts discerned something unsettling: a blurred figure lurking in the background of 3 separate photos. The silhouette resembled a tall, slender man, always partially obscured by trees. "We never glimpsed anyone else on the trail," Emily insisted. "We would have remembered." Detective Keller ordered an exploration of the house's interior. The edifice seemed abandoned. Dust blanketed every surface, furniture lay in disarray. Yet in the basement, officers uncovered a disturbing tableau. Personal effects of the missing hikers were arranged neatly on wooden shelves. Watches, backpacks, cameras, wallets, each item labeled with a corresponding name from the exterior wall. Technicians meticulously catalogued every piece. Beneath ultraviolet light, blood traces materialized on the concrete floor, stains from years past that someone had tried to erase. Ground-penetrating radar detected no bodies beneath the house, yet cadaver dogs repeatedly signaled at the densest part of the forest behind the property. As the investigation intensified, Detective Keller observed peculiar conduct from Mason Wright. He began recounting odd incidents: whispers outside his dwelling, footprints in fresh snow leading to his door but not away, shadows observing from the street. The department assigned an officer to guard him, but Mason's paranoia burgeoned. The breakthrough arrived when researchers unearthed land records buried in county archives. The house had been owned by a reclusive hunter named Victor Blackwood. Locals seldom encountered him, describing brief interactions with an unnaturally tall, gaunt man who shunned conversation. Blackwood vanished without a trace 15 years prior, his disappearance never probed officially. Detective Keller secured a warrant to delve deeper into the neighboring forest. The search party unearthed a network of rudimentary hunting blinds strategically placed along popular hiking routes. Within one blind, they stumbled upon a journal detailing meticulous observations, accounts of hikers, their paths, gear, and routines. The script matched samples from Victor Blackwood's scant documents. The journal entries grew increasingly macabre over time. Early pages delineated hunting methods for animals. Later entries portrayed humans as quarried their behaviors, weaknesses, and procedures for their acquisition. The final pages held elaborate descriptions of stalking each victim on the wall, elucidating how he selected his prey. A manhunt for Blackwood was launched across multiple jurisdictions. Helicopters armed with thermal imaging combed the forest. Tactical teams meticulously scoured every cave and gorge, yet the suspect remained elusive. Mason Wright ceased answering calls. Officers dispatched to his apartment discovered it deserted, the rooms vacant. On the bedroom wall, freshly carved, was a single line: "The hunter becomes the hunted." The search for Mason persisted for weeks without success. Then, during a secondary sweep of Blackwood's residence, forensic technicians made a horrifying find. Concealed behind a false wall in the basement, they uncovered a small workshop filled with woodworking tools, jars of wood preservatives, and a freshly carved wooden piece bearing a new name yet to be affixed to the exterior wall. Detective Keller recognized the name instantly. It belonged to the chief forensic technician who had examined the house during the initial probe. The technician had called in sick that morning and was unreachable by phone. Authorities established a constant surveillance perimeter around the house. Cameras monitored every approach. Motion sensors scanned for intrusions. The trap was set. 3 nights later, sensors signaled an alert. Surveillance footage captured a figure emerging from the forest, impossibly tall and slender, moving with an unnatural grace. The figure advanced directly toward the house, seemingly unperturbed by the surveillance. As tactical teams closed in, the cameras briefly lost connection. Upon restoration, the figure had vanished. To this day, the house remains under continuous surveillance. Mason Wright and the forensic technician were never located. The inquiry endures, with fresh resources allocated as similar vanishings are reported in other wooded areas. The names on the wall have become a legend among law enforcement agents. Some officers refuse to utter them aloud, others steer clear of the case entirely. And local hikers now steer clear of the house, fearing that mentioning it might somehow add their names to that dreadful list, the names unspoken. Story 12. The river flowed gently that morning, its surface smooth and still, reflecting the hazy light of dawn. The fisherman, lost in his thoughts, nearly missed the sight of a suitcase floating near the shore. At first glance, he assumed it was just some discarded clothing, but as he approached, a foul odor reached his nostrils, thick, heavy, unmistakable. The suitcase was encased in chains, its corners tarnished by the elements. When authorities pried it open, they were met not by garments, but by a tangle of hair and fingers frozen in a haunting grip. Nestled at the bottom was a chilling note, "This isn't the first." Detective Sarah Mercer arrived at the scene, her handkerchief pressed to her face to ward off the putrid smell. The victim, a woman in her 30s with dark hair now matted and skin tinged with the effects of water, lay on the muddy bank. The medical examiner meticulously documented every detail before the body was respectfully taken away. What struck Mercer was not just the method of disposal, but the eerie care taken in presenting the victim manicured nails, recently styled hair, dressed in expensive attire. It wasn't a hasty act, Mercer observed, her gaze following the gentle lapping of the water against the shore. She was arranged, almost like a macabre exhibit. The victim was identified as Catherine Walsh, a successful real estate agent specializing in high-end properties. Divorced and childless, she led a solitary life in an affluent neighborhood. Colleagues painted a picture of a driven, meticulous individual who kept her personal life closely guarded. When her assistant reported her missing after she failed to show up for a crucial client meeting, suspicions were raised. She wouldn't have missed it, the assistant insisted. That sale meant everything to her. Investigating Walsh's sleek, modern home revealed a pristine environment, a place where every item was meticulously placed, every surface immaculate. The refrigerator held neatly arranged meals labeled by day, the closet organized by color with shoes carefully stored. However, a slight anomaly caught their attention: an unlocked drawer in her home office. Inside was a leather-bound journal, the final entry cryptic, "He's watching again. Same car, different plates." Further digging into Walsh's digital footprint unveiled a series of unsettling emails from unknown sources, all containing the ominous phrase, "I see your perfection," sent at the exact same time on different days. Her browsing history hinted at her growing sense of unease, with searches for home security systems and self-defense tools. Mercer pieced together these clues, drawing a chilling conclusion. Our perpetrator is methodical, she confided to her partner. This wasn't a crime of passion, it was a carefully orchestrated ritual. A breakthrough came from an unexpected source. A local pawn shop owner recognized Walsh's distinctive emerald necklace, absent from her belongings. The culprit was revealed to be Michael Linden, an unassuming maintenance worker with a penchant for meticulous planning. Surveillance footage depicted Linden frequenting Walsh's building, sometimes with his maintenance cart, other times inconspicuously. A search of Linden's humble abode uncovered a chilling array of photos of Walsh and other women, all sharing a striking resemblance. Some pictures were marked with red crosses. Behind a concealed panel in his closet lay a shrine dedicated to each victim's personal items meticulously arranged, accompanied by detailed notes on their daily habits, likes, and dislikes. When confronted, Linden maintained an eerie calm, admitting they were flawed. He proceeded to list perceived imperfections in each woman, tiny details that shattered his illusion of their perfection. His fixation with Walsh and the others stemmed from their outward veneer of flawlessness, which he sought to correct in his twisted way. As Linden's trial unfolded, his victims' families watched in silence as the full extent of his depravity was laid bare. He had stalked, studied, and ultimately preyed upon these women, convinced that he was purging them of their imperfections. The judge's sentence of life imprisonment without parole brought a semblance of justice, but for Mercer, unanswered questions lingered. What drove Linden to fixate on these particular women? What inner turmoil propelled him to carry out such meticulous yet monstrous acts? The river continued its unhurried course, carrying away all traces of the tragedy, but in Mercer's office, the chilling notebooks remained a stark reminder that beneath the facade of normalcy, darkness could lurk, waiting to surface when least expected. The most dangerous predators, she knew, were often the ones who moved unnoticed, biding their time until the perfect moment to strike. Story 13: The Mystery of the Dollhouse. She always dreaded venturing up to the attic, but when a storm caused a leak in the roof, she had no choice. The attic was a forgotten realm, filled with dusty relics and tangled cobwebs. Amidst the shadows, an ancient dollhouse stood in the farthest corner, its intricate details catching her eye. The miniature furniture was meticulously arranged, but as she gazed inside, a sense of unease washed over her. The figures within were not dolls, they were tiny, hand-carved replicas of her own family. Each figure positioned precisely as they sat downstairs, except for one. The figure meant to represent her stood by the attic door, frozen in a haunting stance. Rebecca Morgan traced her finger along the roof of the dollhouse, feeling the indentation where the miniature version of herself stood. A shiver ran down her spine, unrelated to the draft whispering through the attic. This dollhouse shouldn't have been there at all. It wasn't from her childhood home, but a rental property her family had recently moved into. The discovery of the dollhouse sparked a chain of events that led to a harrowing revelation. Rebecca made a frantic call to law enforcement, and officers arrived at the suburban house to find a family in distress, refusing to return to the upper floor. Detective Sarah Harmon, the lead investigator, initially dismissed their fears as a prank or mere imagination in the face of a new environment. However, the intricate details of the dollhouse figures left Detective Harmon astounded. Each tiny replica captured unique features of the family members, down to the smallest details. The father's receding hairline, the son's hoodie, the mother's birthmark, everything was meticulously replicated. As forensic teams delved deeper, they uncovered fingerprints on the dollhouse that didn't match any family member. Even more chilling were the microscopic cameras hidden in the eyes of each miniature figure, all linked to a sophisticated recording system concealed beneath the dollhouse. The investigation took a dark turn when it was revealed that the positions of the figures in the dollhouse mirrored the family's movements from various days. It seemed someone had been watching them closely, learning their routines and habits. "We weren't dealing with a typical case of stalking," Detective Harmon explained. The level of obsession displayed by the perpetrator was beyond anything documented in criminal psychology. A breakthrough came when digital forensics traced the surveillance data to an external server located in a small apartment across town. Inside, walls adorned with photographs of the Morgan family and other previous occupants of the house painted a chilling picture. Journal entries meticulously detailed the daily lives of each family member. The apartment belonged to Martin Wells, the son of the previous homeowners, who had been harboring a deep grudge. Financial struggles after his parents' passing led him to create a hidden living space beneath the house, where he surveilled the unsuspecting tenants, including the Morgans. During interrogation, Wells remained eerily composed, revealing his twisted motivation. He felt a need to control the house and its occupants, turning them into mere playthings in his elaborate game of possession. The revelation left the Morgan family shattered, prompting them to seek a new home far away from the haunted memories. Despite the distance, Rebecca couldn't shake the feeling of being watched, a lingering paranoia that haunted her every move. Martin Wells faced multiple charges for his intrusive actions, shedding light on the importance of real estate disclosure laws and ensuring the safety and privacy of new occupants. The chilling case of the dollhouse stalker remains a cautionary tale, reminding us that behind closed doors, unseen eyes may linger, turning our lives into a twisted game of surveillance and control. Story 14. In the stillness of the night, a mysterious package arrived, shrouded in secrecy, in the form of a plain envelope with no sender's address. Within it lay a solitary brass key, weathered by the hands of time. The homeowner, upon its touch, felt a strange sense of déjà vu, as if the key held a hidden connection to her past. With a curious heart, she tried the key in every lock she owned, but to her dismay, none yielded to its touch. It belonged to no door in her possession. Yet when she placed it gently on the coffee table, an unexpected sound echoed through the hallway, a single, haunting chime from the old grandfather clock that had long been silent, frozen in time. Sarah Miller, puzzled by this inexplicable event, sought the counsel of the authorities, hoping to unravel the enigma of the mysterious key. Initially met with skepticism, the responding officer brushed off Sarah's concerns as a mere mix-up in the mail. But Sarah's intuition whispered otherwise, a gnawing feeling that something was awry. Reluctantly, the officer accepted the key as evidence, a decision that would set in motion a chain of events that would shake the tranquil suburban neighborhood to its core. Detective Robert Harmon, a seasoned investigator from the Special Victims Unit, inherited the peculiar case. As the brass key sat innocuously on his desk, it exuded an unsettling aura, a silent witness to hidden truths waiting to be unveiled. Delving into Sarah's background revealed no shadows lurking in her past: a retired teacher, a widow, a mother with no hint of malice in her history. The forensic team's examination of the key yielded only Sarah's fingerprints, the envelope offering no clues except a nondescript postmark. The key, a common Schlage design, bore the marks of time, hinting at a long journey of secrets untold. A breakthrough emerged when Detective Harmon, trusting his instincts, traced the key's unique pattern to a cold case from years gone by a storage unit harboring grim evidence of unspeakable crimes. The trail led to Harold Jenkins, a phantom from the past, a neighbor long vanished into the shadows. With meticulous precision, investigators unraveled Jenkins' web of deceit, linking him to Sarah through a chilling thread of fate. The true horror unfurled as hidden chambers beneath a forgotten cabin revealed a macabre collection of keys, each a grim testament to lives lost and forgotten. The hunt for Jenkins escalated, a race against time to bring a predator to justice. As the manhunt expanded, fear gripped the community, casting a pall of dread over once familiar streets. The wilderness whispered secrets of Jenkins' whereabouts, a sinister game of cat and mouse played out in the shadows. A final confrontation in a desolate tower marked the end of Jenkins' reign of terror, his legacy etched in blood and brass. The journal he left behind spoke of twisted obsessions, of unrequited desires that festered in darkness. For Sarah, the ordeal left scars that time could not erase, a reminder of the fragility of safety in a world where monsters wore masks of normalcy. The keys, silent witnesses to unspeakable horrors, stood as a testament to the darkness that lurked beneath the veneer of everyday life. And in the hush of the night, they whispered tales of lives lost and souls forever haunted by the shadows of a predator known as the Keymaster. Story 15: The Unseen Dwelling. In the dim light of the attic, beneath a worn blanket, they stumbled upon it. A porcelain doll, ancient and delicate, with eyes of blue that seemed to hold secrets untold. Sarah and Michael, a young couple, laughed it off as just another forgotten relic, a mere trinket of the past. But that night, a subtle unease settled over them as they drifted into slumber. The air grew heavy, the silence thick, and when dawn broke, the doll was no longer nestled among the boxes and dust of the attic it had moved, perched silently at the foot of their bed. The Victorian house they had purchased at auction beckoned them with its ornate beauty and enigmatic allure, despite whispers of a troubled history. They had been captivated by the tales woven into its walls, unaware that they were about to become entwined in its enigmatic web. Detective Rachel Winters, a figure of quiet resolve, received the call on a crisp autumn morning. The scene before her was chilling, the female victim arranged in a pose so unnatural, limbs contorted at precise angles, eyes wide with a frozen terror. Her partner, the male victim, lay in the hallway as if in a desperate attempt to flee. As Detective Winters meticulously documented the meticulously staged crime scene, a sense of foreboding lingered in the air. The positioning of the victims spoke of a deliberate artistry, a macabre display reminiscent of a doll plucked from its showcase. The investigation unfolded like a dark tapestry, each thread leading deeper into the shadows of the past. Neighbors whispered of glimpses of shadows and phantom laughter echoing through the empty halls at night, adding layers of disquiet to the unfolding mystery. Forensic analysis unearthed traces of vintage fabrics, akin to those used in antique doll clothing, clustered around the victims and the attic space. But the absence of any tangible evidence, no fingerprints, no DNA, no footprints hinted at a presence that defied the physical realm. Delving into the history of the house revealed a haunting pattern. Previous owners met mysterious ends under circumstances shrouded in enigma. Tales of antique toys appearing out of thin air and phantom footsteps haunting empty rooms echoed through the decades. A faded newspaper clipping unveiled the tragic tale of a doll maker and his daughter, their lives intertwined with the very walls of the house. The doll maker's final creation, a doll said to mirror his lost child, bore an uncanny resemblance to the porcelain figure found by Sarah and Michael. As Detective Winters pieced together the puzzle, a connection emerged. The victims had all sought to alter the attic, to reshape its space. And in a hidden compartment, old photographs hinted at a chilling truth. The dollmaker's creations held a life of their own, captured in fleeting moments of movement. In a whispered confession from a distant relative, dark secrets surfaced, rumors of arcane rituals binding spirits to inanimate forms, infusing them with a semblance of life. The line between myth and reality blurred, leaving the investigation at an impasse, the truth elusive. The doll, once held as evidence, vanished without a trace, leaving behind a void of unanswered questions. Detective Winters, her tenure marked by shadows and whispers, retired into obscurity, carrying with her a silent burden, a photograph of the dollmaker's collection, sealed away in a vault of secrets. The house changed hands once more, its haunting legacy woven into its very foundations. The attic remained untouched, a silent sentinel of the past. Yet on quiet nights, whispers of a spectral presence lingered, a ghostly echo of a bygone era. Story 16, the house stood silent, its once grand fade now weathered and forgotten. As she crossed the threshold, a dance of dust greeted her, swirling in the stagnant air. Years of abandonment had frozen the rooms in time, the furniture draped in ghostly sheets, the walls shedding layers of memories. Each step felt like a journey through a lost moment, a whispered secret preserved in the stillness. But amidst the eerie calm, a mystery awaited her, a puzzle that defied logic. Doors, numerous and unyielding, beckoned her with their silent promises of passage. Yet no matter which she chose, each doorway led her back to the parlor, as if caught in a never-ending loop of corridors and rooms. The house held her in its enigmatic embrace, a labyrinth of shadows and whispers. And when she sought escape, the entrance she had entered through had vanished, leaving her trapped in a maze of forgotten whispers and hidden truths. The discovery of Morgan Pierce's body shattered the tranquility of the abandoned Victorian, transforming it from a relic of the past to a haunting crime scene. Detective Sarah Lind stood amidst the shadows, her gaze tracing the movements of forensic experts like phantoms in the dim light. The house, once a mere curiosity, now held secrets darker than the tales whispered by locals in hushed tones. The medical examiner's words hung heavy in the air, revealing the grim truth of Morgan's demise. A young woman found seated in the parlor, her expression serene, hands folded in repose, a stark contrast to the violence that had befallen her. No struggle, no signs of a fight, just a peaceful figure frozen in time, waiting for a visitor who would never come. As Lynn delved deeper into the investigation, a web of intrigue unfurled before her. Morgan, a student of architecture, had been drawn to the Victorians' enigmatic allure, its reputation for distorting reality, a siren song she could not resist. Her research, her obsession with the house's mysteries, had led her down a path lined with shadows and obscured truths. Whispers of a rare alkaloid found in her system hinted at a darker narrative, one intertwined with ancient rituals and forgotten deities. Deleted messages, cryptic conversations, a connection to an enigmatic figure named Adam Reeves, all threads in a tapestry of intrigue that seemed to lead nowhere but deeper into the house's labyrinthine heart. Reeves, with his knowledge of architectural anomalies and his own fascination with the house, became a focal point in the investigation. Yet his alibi held firm, a solid alibi that shattered the fragile narrative taking shape. It was only when a long-buried family secret came to light that the true nature of the house's power began to emerge. Generations of deaths, all within the confines of the parlor, all marked by an eerie peace, a pattern known only to the Blackwood family as the claiming. The house, a silent witness to a legacy of tragedy and loss, held within its walls a power that defied understanding, a force that transcended the boundaries of the known world. And as the investigation peeled back layers of deception and illusion, a truth emerged, a truth that lay at the threshold between worlds, between light and shadow. The artifacts hidden within the house's depths, the ancient deity watching from the center of it all, spoke of a presence older than time itself, a guardian of secrets long forgotten. But the mystery deepened, the shadows lengthening as new revelations came to light. Forensic evidence pointed to a presence unseen, a phantom lingering in the house's hidden corners. And when Adam Reeves met a fate similar to Morgan's, the truth seemed to slip further from reach, a mirage shimmering on the horizon of understanding. In his final words, preserved in a digital echo, Reeves spoke of perception, of the house's insidious hold on those who dared to unravel its mysteries. The doors, the pathways that seemed to lead nowhere, were but illusions crafted to ensnare the unwary, to trap them in a cycle of endless repetition. The investigation, shrouded in shadows and half-truths, remained open, a testament to the enigma that was the Victorian house. Condemned and forsaken, it stood as a silent sentinel to a past best left undisturbed. And yet, whispers persisted, tales of lights flickering in the darkness, of voices echoing through its empty halls. For some, the house was a trap, a prison for those who delved too deep into its secrets. For others, it was a gateway, a threshold to realms beyond mortal ken. The truth, like the house itself, remained elusive, a tantalizing enigma waiting to be unraveled by those brave enough to seek it. And so the Victorian house stood silent and still, its mysteries hidden in the shadows, its secrets waiting to be uncovered by those willing to venture into the unknown. As the night stretched its dark fingers over the land, the house seemed to sigh, a whisper of secrets long forgotten, a promise of mysteries yet to come. And in the quiet darkness it beckoned, inviting the curious and the brave to step across its threshold and into the realm of the unknowable. Story 17. In the quiet solitude of the night, a creak echoed through the old cottage as Sarah Coleman took a step, unknowingly setting off a chain of events that would unravel the hidden secrets beneath her new home. The wooden plank beneath her foot gave way ever so slightly, a subtle shift that drew her focus. Curiosity piqued. She knelt down, her fingers tracing the edges of the loose board, sensing a hidden void beneath the seemingly solid floor. With gentle determination, she lifted the boards, revealing a shadowy, narrow space that lay concealed beneath the foundation. Dust particles danced in the faint light filtering through the floorboards, revealing a forgotten world below. As her eyes adjusted to the dimness, shapes began to materialize: a mattress, a chair, and in the corner a weathered notebook, its pages filled with a single name repeated over and over again, her own. Detective Morgan Reed stood silently behind Sarah, her gaze following the young woman's as she peered into the darkness that had been lurking beneath her home. It wasn't just a hidden room that Sarah had stumbled upon. It was a violation of her safety, an intrusion of something sinister into what should have been a fresh start in her life. "Be cautious, Sarah. Don't disturb anything." Detective Reed's voice was steady, a calming presence in the midst of the unsettling discovery. With a click, the flashlight illuminated more of the hidden chamber, casting eerie shadows on the walls adorned with surveillance photographs, moments captured without Sarah's knowledge, a disturbing shrine of obsession meticulously curated beneath her very feet. Sarah had bought the cottage from the estate of Walter Green, an elderly man who had left behind a legacy of secrets. The property had seemed quaint and unassuming, with no hint of the darkness that lay hidden beneath its floorboards. The revelation of the hidden room sent shivers down Sarah's spine, unraveling the illusion of safety she had sought in her new home. The arrival of crime scene investigators signaled the beginning of a meticulous process of uncovering the truth that had been concealed for so long. Every piece of evidence was catalogued, every fingerprint meticulously analyzed. The room told a story of obsession, of a man who had fixated on Sarah for years without her knowledge, weaving himself into the fabric of her life unnoticed. As the investigation unfolded, a chilling timeline emerged, painting a picture of Walter's escalating fixation on Sarah. The psychologist assigned to the case explained the dangerous progression from fantasy to reality, a journey that Walter seemed poised to take before fate intervened. A chance interview with Walter's former co-worker shed light on the depths of Walter's obsession, revealing cryptic statements and unsettling beliefs that hinted at a plan far more sinister than anyone had imagined. The discovery of a key in Walter's locker led to a storage unit that held a macabre replica of Sarah's former life, a twisted shrine to a delusion that had consumed Walter's mind. Walter's past revealed a history of obsession and delusion, a pattern of behavior that had lain dormant until Sarah unwittingly triggered his fixation. The echoes of his past followed Sarah as she made the decision to leave the cottage behind, seeking solace in a new beginning far from the shadows of her past. The case was closed, but the lingering unease remained a reminder of the thin veil that separates safety from danger, of the monsters that may lie hidden just beneath the surface. Sarah's story served as a chilling cautionary tale, a reminder of the fragility of security and the darkness that can lurk in the most unexpected places. And as life moved on, the cottage passed into new hands, its secrets buried once more beneath layers of fresh paint and polished floorboards, a silent testament to the mysteries that sometimes remain unsolved, the dangers that may never be fully understood. Story 18. In the hushed stillness of an abandoned house, a phone sat on the kitchen counter, its screen softly aglow in the dim light filtering through dusty windows. Detective Morgan Reed, a seeker of truths buried in shadows, pressed the playback button, her fingers tracing the eerie whispers that echoed through the silent rooms. The voice, desperate and trembling, belonged to a woman long departed from the living world. He's here. The words trailed off into a void of silence, leaving behind a chilling mystery that clung to the walls like a spectral presence. The house, once home to the Sullivan family, now stood as a relic of bygone days, untouched by life for years. Detective Reed pondered the enigma before her, a call made just moments ago from a phone that shouldn't have been there, from a woman who shouldn't have been able to speak. As she delved deeper into the puzzle, Detective Reed discovered that the phone belonged to Catherine Sullivan, a soul lost to the shadows of a tragic car accident 3 years prior. Her presence lingered in the air, a ghostly echo of a life cut short. The investigation unfurled like a tapestry of secrets woven in darkness. The whispers of the past guided Detective Reed and her partner, Detective Walsh, through a labyrinth of half-truths and illusions. The phantom call, a siren song from beyond the grave, led them to a journal hidden in the depths of Catherine's belongings. Within its pages lay the harrowing tale of a love turned sour, of control and fear twisting like vines around a fragile heart. The final entry, a chilling prophecy of doom, painted a portrait of a woman trapped in a nightmare of her own making. Through the shadows of the past, Detective Reed uncovered the truth hidden beneath layers of deceit and manipulation. Mark Jennings, once a trusted hand of healing, now stood revealed as a dark force lurking in the shadows, his hands stained with the blood of innocence. The trial that followed was a reckoning, a gathering of souls bound by the threads of fate. Mark's facade crumbled under the weight of evidence, his denials fading into the void as the echoes of Catherine's voice grew louder, demanding justice. In the end, as the gavel fell and the echoes of a shattered illusion faded into the night, Catherine's voice rang clear and true. Her silent screams had found a chorus in the hearts of those who listened, a testament to the resilience of the human spirit in the face of unspeakable darkness. And so, the phone that once whispered secrets from the beyond now rested in a place of honor, a silent sentinel bearing witness to the truth that even in death, the voice of the silenced will find a way to be heard. Story 19. Renovations always reveal secrets long forgotten. Amongst the debris of old newspapers and broken trinkets, there lies a silent story waiting to be unearthed. Sarah and Michael embarked on a journey of restoration when they purchased a Victorian-era home at an estate auction, captivated by its intricate moldings and storied past. Little did they know that their endeavor would lead them to a chilling discovery. As they lifted the floorboards, a hidden letter emerged, delicately tucked beneath the wooden planks. The paper, worn and fragile, bore a cryptic message, "Don't trust the one who knocked." Before they could comprehend the weight of those words, 3 sharp knocks reverberated through the empty house, sending shivers down their spines. Detective Alina Reed and her partner arrived at the scene, the exposed floorboards exposing a dark mystery lurking beneath. With seasoned hands, she retrieved the note, aware of the inevitable contamination from the couple's touch. The fear etched on Sarah and Michael's faces was palpable, genuine. Background checks painted a picture of a seemingly ordinary couple newlyweds with solid reputations. However, the house they had acquired carried a tangled history. Once belonging to the Hargrove family, the residence had been vacant since the passing of its last inhabitant, Margaret Hargrove, an elderly widow who lived a solitary life. Neighbors spoke of Margaret as a recluse, yet amiable, with no known enemies or suspicious circumstances surrounding her death. Despite the seemingly straightforward narrative, a sense of unease lingered. The forensic analysis of the note dated it back 2 decades, the handwriting betraying hints of distress and urgency. Reed delved deeper, exploring the intertwined lives of Margaret and her late husband, Franklin. Franklin, a respected retired teacher with a penchant for woodworking, was described as kind yet troubled in his final years. An eerie recollection from a former student hinted at his descent into paranoia, citing a mysterious figure watching him. A breakthrough emerged during Reed's interview with Margaret's sister, now residing in a nursing home. Through fragmented memories, a chilling revelation surfaced: Margaret's fear of a relentless collector who came knocking, demanding payment for Franklin's gambling debts. Desperate to settle the dues, Margaret sought to sell the house, but Franklin's refusal sealed a tragic fate. Returning to the house with a forensic team, Reed's investigation led to a macabre discovery: buried beneath the foundation, a male skeleton, fractured skull, and a wallet bearing the identity of Victor Mercer, a notorious loan shark and gambling debt collector who vanished without a trace. The pieces of the puzzle fell into place through forensic evidence and Margaret's concealed diaries, shedding light on a dark chapter of deceit and fear. Franklin's confrontation with Mercer had escalated into a fatal altercation, resulting in a hasty cover-up orchestrated by Margaret out of devotion and terror. The haunting echoes of 3 knocks, a chilling reminder of the past, resonated through the empty halls of the house, now abandoned by its transient owners. Justice, though belated, was finally served as the remains of Victor Mercer found closure with his surviving kin. The enigmatic tale remained etched in the shadows of the vacant house, a testament to the harrowing secrets it harbored. Whispers of spectral knocks in the dead of night lingered, an unsettling reminder of the past's grip on the present. Detective Reed closed the case with a sense of unresolved mystery, acknowledging that some truths remain buried, obscured by the veil of time. The note, a silent witness to a bygone tragedy, bore a haunting admonition. Don't trust the one who knocked, leaving an open-ended question of who truly held the key to Margaret's torment, a mystery destined to linger in the whispers of the night. Story 20. The fresh occupants brushed it off as mere peeling wallpaper. Yet as they carefully peeled it away, the hidden layers whispered a different tale. Scrawled in ink repeatedly was a name. One name filling every inch of the wall, etched in a frantic, uneven hand. It wasn't the name of the previous owners. It wasn't in any official records. But when they delved into the depths of the online realm, they stumbled upon a solitary result, a missing persons case from long ago, and the eerie twist. The woman in the faded photograph bore an uncanny resemblance to the one who had handed them the keys to the house. Michael and Sarah Klein had never planned to dive into renovating the Victorian-era abode right away. The enchanting old dwelling had come at an unexpectedly modest price, and the former owner, a reserved, graceful lady with strands of silver in her dark hair, had seemed eager to part with the property, mentioning a relocation across the country. The couple had been drawn to the home's charm, its intricate woodwork and lofty ceilings whispering stories of a bygone time. It all began with a subtle water stain in the main bedroom. Sarah noticed a yellowish blotch spreading across the floral wallpaper. When Michael prodded it gently, the paper peeled back, unveiling another layer beneath. Intrigued, they began gingerly peeling away the damaged portion. The first layer revealed outdated paisley patterns from what they assumed to be the 1970s. Below that, striped paper from an earlier era. But as they persisted, something unexpected surfaced in the third layer down. Writing, dark ink against faded beige paper. Not mere scribbles, but a name, Eleanor Winters, scrawled repeatedly, the script growing increasingly frantic and erratic across the wall. "Who is Eleanor Winters?" Sarah murmured, her fingers tracing the frenzied writing. The discovery left them unsettled. That night, Michael sat at their kitchen island, laptop aglow, combing through property records. The house had changed hands numerous times over the years. No trace of Eleanor Winters appeared in any documentation. The woman who had sold them the house was registered as Margaret Cavendish. Sarah joined him, clutching a mug of coffee. Try searching just the name. Their internet quest yielded meager results until they unearthed an archived newspaper article, digitally preserved from microfiche. Eleanor Winters, age 27, reported missing during the chill of winter. The monochrome photograph showcased a young woman with dark hair and distinctive eyes that mirrored those of Margaret Cavendish, the woman who had handed them the keys to their new home. "This article dates back 30 years, Michael uttered softly, barely audible above the hum of the refrigerator. Margaret would be the right age now, but Sarah swallowed hard. The missing woman never received closure. No body found, no suspects named. Their intrigue morphed into an all-consuming fixation. Sarah reached out to the previous homeowners, retracing steps through county records. The renovation efforts paused as they dedicated their evenings to this impromptu investigation. They discovered that Margaret Cavendish had owned the house for merely 7 months before selling it to them, a peculiar anomaly considering the extensive paperwork and inspections they had navigated. The retired detective assigned to the cold case had long left the force. When Michael managed to locate him, the man immediately recollected the case. His voice crackled over the speakerphone as he recounted the investigation. Eleanor Winters was reported missing by her roommate. No signs of struggle at her apartment. Her car found abandoned near the highway. The case went cold swiftly, no witnesses, no evidence of foul play, just vanished. Michael hesitated before inquiring, "Did you ever interview a Margaret Cavendish?" Silence lingered on the line. "No, that name doesn't ring a bell." "Why?" When they shared their discovery and emailed him photos of both women side by side, the retired detective vowed to make some inquiries. Within days, a detective from the current force reached out, seeking permission to inspect the wall. Their once tranquil abode transformed into an active crime scene. Forensic teams meticulously documented and removed sections of the wallpaper. Analysis revealed that the ink dated back approximately 3 decades. Handwriting analysts compared the wall inscriptions to samples of Alina's handwriting from old journals provided by her family. The findings proved inconclusive. Meanwhile, Sarah stumbled upon a concealed space beneath the floorboards in the bedroom closet. Within lay a driver's license belonging to Alina Winters, alongside various identification cards bearing different names. All depicted the same visage with subtle variations varying hair hues, glasses, expressions. The final ID, Margaret Cavendish, aligned with their home seller. When authorities attempted to trace Margaret using the forwarding address she had left, they discovered it was non-existent. Her phone number had been disconnected. The bank account that received their payment had been closed. Margaret Cavendish had vanished, much like Alina Winters had decades ago. Then came the revelation that altered the course of the investigation entirely. DNA testing on hair strands retrieved from deep within the wall cavity matched Alina Winters. However, fingerprints lifted from the writing itself matched a different profile altogether, one belonging to a psychiatric patient named Rebecca Eldridge, who had been institutionalized shortly after Alina's disappearance. Rebecca Eldridge had been diagnosed with severe dissociative identity disorder. She had eluded the institution multiple times over the years. Her medical records unveiled a chilling truth. One of her documented alternate personalities identified as Alina. The investigation unveiled that Rebecca had been Alina's childhood friend, fixated on her to the point of imitation. When Alina rebuffed her increasingly unsettling advances, something within Rebecca fractured. She had assumed Alina's identity literally and metaphorically, and fabricated an intricate web of personas to uphold the facade. The scribbled name on the wall symbolized Rebecca's desperate bid to cling to reality, to remember her true self beneath the fabricated identities. The wall had metamorphosed into both a confession and a prison, a tangible manifestation of her shattered psyche. Sarah and Michael observed from their porch as forensic teams excavated specific sections of their backyard, guided by ground-penetrating radar that detected anomalies beneath the Earth's surface. The cold case had suddenly reignited. The remains unearthed from beneath the garden belonged to Alina Winters. Rebecca Eldridge, known to Michael and Sarah as Margaret Cavendish, was eventually apprehended while attempting to cross the border with yet another identity. When faced with irrefutable evidence, the persona presenting as Margaret crumbled, yielding to another who confessed to Alina's murder in a fit of jealousy. The names on the wall had served as both a memorial and a manifestation of guilt, inscribed by a fractured mind struggling to retain shreds of truth against itself. For Alina's family, justice arrived 3 decades late. For Michael and Sarah, their envisioned haven became infamous, a footnote in the annals of true crime, forever remembered as the house where the very walls whispered of a heinous act. Story 21: The Whispering Walls. The realtor's listing had omitted any mention of a basement, and the blueprints held no clue to its existence. Yet beneath the worn carpet of the Mercer family's new home lay a hidden door, its handle heavy with rust. It took 3 of them to pry it open, unleashing a rush of stale air thick with the scent of damp earth. Steps descended into darkness, beckoning them downward. Expecting a mere storage space, the family instead discovered a solitary chair beneath a swaying light bulb, and on the wall behind it, a chilling row of photographs, familiar faces captured from within the very walls of their home. The house had drawn them in during the harsh winter, its creaking floors and faded siding whispering tales of character and history. But what they had not foreseen was the depth of history hidden within, poised to collide violently with their present. Detective Sarah Connors arrived at the scene, the fluttering yellow tape marking the perimeter where the crime scene unit worked diligently. Mrs. Mercer's shaken voice had alerted them to the hidden chamber beneath their living room, prompting Connors to command the meticulous documentation of every detail before further exploration. The basement, a small chamber akin to a standard bedroom, held a solitary chair bolted to the floor beneath the harsh glare of a bare bulb. Yet it was the wall of photographs, arranged in a precise timeline, that held the true mystery. Images of the Mercers and past families, each captured in intimate moments within their own home. No signs of forced entry, no stolen items, only a perversion of privacy and safety. Forensics uncovered fingerprints, many belonging to prior homeowners who had inhabited the property briefly before departing under undisclosed circumstances. As the investigation delved deeper, inconsistencies in property records and blueprints emerged, hinting at a hidden truth buried within the house's walls. Interviews with past owners painted a grim picture, each one unknowingly living within the gaze of an unseen observer. Digital evidence unveiled a sophisticated surveillance network with hidden cameras and microphones strategically placed throughout the house. A mysterious figure, Edward Kelvin, the house's original builder, emerged as the architect of this twisted design. Kelvin's journal, filled with meticulous observations and ramblings about the families, led them to a chilling conclusion: he had never truly left the house. Curled within hidden crawl spaces, he had watched, recorded, and believed himself the rightful guardian of the home. The manhunt ended with Kelvin's discovery, his wiry form emerging from the shadows of his secret abode. Delusional and detached, he spoke of the families as his unwitting subjects, trapped in his voyeuristic theater. The trial exposed the extent of Kelvin's intrusion, revealing a house designed not for living, but for watching. As the building was razed to the ground, the families haunted by the knowledge that their most private moments had been catalogued by unseen eyes. Alone in their new homes, they found themselves casting wary glances at air vents, light fixtures, and shadowed corners, questioning if they were truly alone or if the whispering walls still held their secrets, waiting to be unearthed in the dead of night. Story 22, the mysterious whispers that echoed through the old Victorian manor, perplexed the new homeowners, Daniel and Meredith Parker. The crackling intercom system, a relic from a bygone era, seemed to hold secrets long forgotten. Late one night, curiosity got the best of Daniel as he pressed the button, only to be greeted by a chilling whisper asking, "Why did you come back?" Startled, Daniel turned to his wife, who denied ever uttering those words. The atmosphere in the house felt heavy with untold stories, hidden behind its renovated modern facade. The history-loving couple had been drawn to the property's vintage charm, unaware of the darkness that lurked within its walls. Detective Sarah Reeves arrived at the manor in response to a call about a possible break-in, but she sensed there was more to the situation. Daniel, with a haunted expression, recounted the strange occurrences with the intercom, from static to whispers that seemed to carry a message from the past. Meredith, visibly shaken, revealed a shocking discovery they had made behind a wall while renovating the kitchen. A leather-bound journal belonging to a woman named Alina unveiled a tale of suspicion and fear towards her husband, Vincent. The final entry hinted at a tragic end, leaving a lingering mystery that haunted the house for decades. As Detective Reeves delved into the history of the property, she uncovered the tragic fate of Vincent and Alina Blackwood. The journal's entries aligned with the timeline of events leading to Alina's disappearance, pointing towards Vincent as the prime suspect in her murder. Forensic evidence unearthed from beneath the garden shed confirmed Alina's tragic end, buried beneath the concrete foundation for years. Vincent's carefully crafted deception unraveled as the truth came to light, leading to his confession and subsequent conviction for the murder of his wife. The house, once a silent witness to a dark secret, now stood exposed in the harsh light of justice. Daniel and Meredith, unable to bear the weight of the past, bid farewell to the manor, holding a poignant memorial for Alina in the garden where she was finally laid to rest. The intercom system, a conduit for the voices of the past, was removed by the new owners during renovations, silencing the whispers that had long haunted the halls. Detective Reeves, closing the chapter on the Blackwood case, pondered how the house itself seemed to have a voice, revealing its hidden truths in a chilling echo across time. Known as the house that answered back among law enforcement circles, the manor stood as a testament to the enduring power of secrets buried deep within its walls. Detective Reeves, driving past the property in the quiet hours of the night, felt a shiver of unease, as if the whispers of the past still lingered in the wind, carrying echoes of a tragedy long forgotten. Story 23. The old house had sat empty for what seemed like an eternity. Whispers from the neighbors spoke of a young woman who had vanished without a trace, leaving behind a shroud of mystery that lingered in the air like a heavy fog. When the new tenants finally crossed the threshold, they were met with a peculiar sight: the bedroom door stubbornly locked from the inside. After a bit of coaxing, the door relented, creaking open to reveal a room frozen in time. The air inside was thick with the weight of neglect, dust dancing in the rays of sunlight filtering through the grimy window. Yet, amidst the stillness, something felt amiss. The bed was neatly made, untouched by the passage of time. The mirror gleamed, devoid of any smudges or fingerprints, and there on the desk stood a solitary candle, its flame long extinguished, leaving behind a trail of wax that resembled teardrops frozen in time. But the most curious discovery was the notebook, its pages filled with the elegant script of a woman named Elise Winters. She was a ghost of the past, a young soul lost to the shadows nearly 5 years ago. Her words danced across the paper in meticulous strokes, each letter a testament to the turmoil that had consumed her. Detective Morgan delved into the depths of the notebook, tracing Elise's thoughts as if following a trail of breadcrumbs through a dark forest. The ink on the final page was still fresh, the words haunting in their clarity. "I know he's watching me tonight," the entry whispered. "The same car circles like a vulture, waiting for its prey. I've cried out for help, but my pleas fall on deaf ears. If darkness claims me, remember it was no mere happenstance." As the detective pored over the evidence, a faint chemical scent lingered in the room, mingling with the musty odor of neglect. The landlord lingered in the doorway, a silent sentinel of the past, his face drained of color as if he, too, sensed the lingering presence of something unseen. Elise's life before her disappearance unfurled like a tapestry of secrets and lies. Her work at a prestigious law firm had unearthed a web of deceit, a tangled mess of numbers and documents that painted a grim picture of corruption. Colleagues spoke of her dedication, her meticulous nature unraveling in the face of a truth too bitter to swallow. The room held its secrets close, revealing little of the tragedy that had unfolded within its walls. No signs of struggle marred the pristine surfaces, no crimson stains tainted the floorboards. It was as if Elise had vanished into thin air, leaving behind nothing but a ghostly echo of her presence. But the shadows whispered of hidden truths waiting to be unearthed. As forensic technicians combed the room for clues, they stumbled upon a hidden compartment beneath a loose floorboard. Within lay a treasure trove of evidence, a flash drive, a key, and a trail of breadcrumbs leading to a safe deposit box at a distant bank. The contents of the drives unveiled a sinister tale of greed and deception, a web of lies spun by those entrusted with the public's trust. Elise's voice echoed through the recordings, her words a damning indictment of those who sought to bury the truth beneath a mountain of deceit. The investigation led to the doorstep of Vincent Harriman, a man of power and influence, his hands stained with the blood of the innocent. The tendrils of corruption reached far and wide, ensnaring all who dared to stand in their path. But justice, like a silent specter, lingered in the shadows, waiting for its moment to strike. As the truth unfurled like a dark blossom, the walls of deception crumbled, revealing the sinister truth that had lurked in the shadows for far too long. In a courtroom heavy with the weight of unspoken truths, Elise's mother stood tall, her voice a clarion call for justice. "My daughter's room," she proclaimed, "holds the key to the truth she sacrificed everything to reveal. Her spirit lingers within those walls, a beacon of light in a world shrouded in darkness." The house, once a sanctuary for secrets best left buried, now stood empty once more, a monument to the courage of a young woman who dared to defy the darkness. Locals whispered of a flickering light in the upstairs window, a ghostly reminder of the woman who had made her final stand against the forces of corruption. And so, as the night descended like a velvet curtain, the house stood silent, its secrets laid bare for all to see. In the quiet of the darkness, justice whispered its final verdict, a promise kept in the shadows of a room where a young woman's spirit lingered, forever guarding the truth she had fought to uncover. Story 24. The worn envelope lay before the detective, its aged edges tinged yellow, yet the stamp gleamed freshly inked, a recent dispatch. With cautious hands, the detective unfolded the letter within, revealing a single sheet of paper bearing a message typed hastily in an uneven font. "I am sorry for what I did." The paper exuded a dampness, carrying with it the faint scent of iron. It was then that Detective Sarah Morgan's gaze fell upon a reddish smear along the lower edge of the page, a stark contrast to the stark white. This was no ordinary ink stain. Carefully she placed the letter inside an evidence bag, her gloved fingers moving with practiced precision. The forensic analysis confirmed her suspicions. The red stain was human blood, matching the DNA from an unsolved homicide case that had lingered in the shadows of the department for years. The victim, a young journalist named Rebecca Warren, had been discovered in her apartment, a tragic tableau of multiple stab wounds. Her laptop was missing, her notes scattered like fallen leaves, hinting at a connection between the brutal attack and the investigative story she had been pursuing. Despite tireless efforts, the case had grown cold, a puzzle with missing pieces. And now this letter, addressed simply to the Homicide Division, had emerged as a cryptic messenger from the shadows. paper and envelope revealed few fingerprints, only smudges hinting that the sender had taken precautions, wearing gloves perhaps. The postmark offered a glimmer of hope, a thread to follow. As Detective Morgan gathered her team in the dimly lit briefing room, adorned with stark crime scene images and tangled timelines, she affixed the image of the ominous letter at the heart of their investigation board. "This changes everything," she murmured to the hushed room. "Our perpetrator shows signs of remorse." Her longtime partner, Detective James Chen, raised a skeptical eyebrow as he studied the letter. "Or it could be a ruse, a theatrical ploy to deceive us," he mused. The forensics team traced the unique typewriter impressions to a model long out of production, a relic of the past, rare but not beyond reach. They set out to scour antique shops and collectors across the region, chasing whispers of the past. As the inquiry gained momentum, they delved into Rebecca's life, unearthing a portrait of a fierce truth-seeker, unyielding in her pursuit of justice. Her investigations had led her to a wealthy family enmeshed in local politics, a web of intrigue and hidden agendas. The patriarch's recent passing had stirred up a storm of bitterness among the siblings, each vying for a piece of the inheritance puzzle. Interviews with Rebecca's boyfriend, Michael Barnes, unveiled a subtle shift in his demeanor, a crack in his facade. Rebecca spoke of being followed, he confessed, his voice tinged with regret. "I brushed it off as paranoia, a byproduct of her relentless digging. I should have listened." Amidst the shadows of suspicion, a second letter materialized, bearing the same typewritten script, the same haunting bloodstain. This time the confession delved deeper. She delved too deep into the family secrets. The inheritance, what befell the old man, it spiraled beyond my control. The trail led them to the grand mansion of the deceased patriarch, where the eldest son, Richard, stood as a custodian of antiquities, including vintage typewriters that whispered tales of deceit. A breakthrough emerged when microscopic fibers on the envelopes pointed to custom stationery exclusive to the youngest daughter, Eleanor. Her revelation unraveled a tangled web, exposing Richard's clandestine activities. A search of his abode unearthed a hidden chamber, a shrine to Rebecca's demise clippings, surveillance, and the damning typewriter. The blood spoke the truth of betrayal. But the threads of guilt intertwined further. Financial transactions traced a damning path from Richard to Michael, painting a portrait of collusion and conspiracy. Michael's confession shattered the fragile facade. She unearthed Richard's dark secret, his hand in his father's demise. I relayed the information, hoping to scare her off. I never imagined it would end in tragedy. The final revelation came in the form of Eleanor's clandestine recording, capturing Richard's chilling decree for silence. As Richard's protestations crumbled, the courtroom bore witness to a tale of deception laid bare. The jury's swift verdict sealed his fate, a chapter closed in the book of justice. And as Detective Morgan offered solace to Rebecca's grieving parents, a quiet closure settled over the courtroom. The blood-stained letters stood as silent witnesses to a truth unveiled, a reminder that the shadows of the past cast long echoes in the present. The case of Rebecca Warren became a lesson etched in the annals of detective lore, a testament to the power of guilt, the whispers of an old typewriter echoing through the corridors of justice. Story 25, The Enigmatic Mimic. In the soft glow of her bathroom, she lifted her hand to wipe away the veil of steam from the mirror. Her reflection stared back at her, familiar yet somehow foreign. Her features were in place, her attire unchanged. Yet an unsettling feeling crept over her the longer she gazed. A flicker caught in the corner of her eye, a subtle movement not of her own making. And when she turned away, her reflection remained, unmoving, watching. Thus began the mysterious tale of Rebecca Thorne, a woman of solitude, residing in a humble abode within a tranquil suburban enclave. Known for her meticulous nature, she traversed her days in quietude, a semblance of connection with her neighbors maintained through polite gestures. A data analyst by profession, her life unfolded in a dance of routine and precision, a quiet existence unsuspecting of the enigma about to unravel. The initial signs were subtle, easily dismissed. Objects in her home shifted, rearranged without explanation. A mug displaced, books shuffled, her toothbrush relocated. These peculiarities, initially brushed off as lapses in memory, gradually escalated, casting shadows of doubt upon her reality. It was only after weeks of such disturbances that Rebecca sought the aid of authorities, setting in motion a sequence of events that would bewilder investigators and cast a pall over the community for years to come. Detective Marion Shaw, entrusted with unraveling the enigma, initially deemed the matter as belonging more to the realm of mental health than criminality. No signs of forced entry, no missing items, just a woman haunted by the sense of wrongness within her own abode. Yet the turning point arrived with the chilling episode in the bathroom, a moment that would redefine Rebecca's perception of her world. In vivid detail, Rebecca recounted the eerie incident to the police, a reflection that seemed to move of its own accord, a sensation of being observed in solitude. And this time she bore proof, a security camera trained upon her threshold. The footage it captured sent shivers down the spines of seasoned officers, revealing a doppelganger, a mirror image of Rebecca, entering her dwelling while she was miles away at her workplace. The discovery of this uncanny imposter sparked a fervor of investigation. Forensic scrutiny revealed no foreign DNA, no traces of intrusion beyond the mirrored likeness of Rebecca. Neighbors testified to seeing only the genuine Rebecca going about her routine. A neighbor's anecdote of a silent encounter with Rebecca returning home hinted at a deeper layer of the mystery, a subtle thread woven into the fabric of her reality. As the anomalies multiplied, Rebecca meticulously chronicled each aberration, a creeping sense of intrusion pervading her sanctuary. Food vanished, unexplained searches appeared on her devices, and eerie selfies surfaced on her phone, capturing subtle deviations in her own visage. A sense of impending madness gripped her as she confided in Detective Shaw, questioning her own sanity in the face of a relentless enigma. The breakthrough emerged with a pattern discerned in the security footage, a calculated mimicry of Rebecca's movements during her scheduled absences. A fixation, a meticulous study of her routines, bore the hallmarks of a sinister design. The revelation of a former colleague, Lily Winters, cast a shadow of suspicion upon the investigation, unearthing a trail of unsettling correspondence hinting at a disturbing obsession. A search of Lily's abode unveiled a chilling tableau, a shrine dedicated to Rebecca, a meticulous recreation of her life meticulously documented. Surveillance equipment, duplicate keys, and a trove of personal details meticulously catalogued painted a portrait of obsession bordering on possession. Lily's disappearance in the wake of the discovery only deepened the mystery, casting a veil of uncertainty over Rebecca's newfound reality. Authorities, vigilant in their watch over Rebecca, were blindsided by a brazen act of infiltration, a mimicry so precise that it defied all safeguards. The insidious truth emerged as Rebecca's doppelganger assumed her identity, seamlessly stepping into her existence as she languished in seclusion. The echoes of their intertwined fates resonated through the unsolved enigma that lingered in the shadows. To this day, the case remains unresolved, a testament to the enigmatic depths of human obsession. A tale of shadows and reflections, of identities entwined in a dance of deception. Detective Shaw, keeper of their haunting tale, gazes upon the photograph on her desk, the two faces, so alike yet worlds apart. And in the quiet of her thoughts, she muses on the fragility of identity, the sanctity of self that we guard against unseen tides of mimicry and deceit. Story 26, The Mystery of the Haunted House. In the quiet stillness of the attic, buried under years of dust and debris, lay an old box forgotten by time. Within its weathered confines rested a collection of faded Polaroids, capturing moments of joy and celebration from days long past. Birthdays, family gatherings, laughter frozen in time. But as her fingers brushed against the edges of the photographs, there was one image that stood out amidst the ordinary scenes. The last photo in the box revealed a chilling sight, a family seated in her own living room, the familiar furniture and decor unmistakable. Yet the faces smiling back at the camera were not hers, and in the shadows behind them a figure lurked, barely visible, watching with an intensity that sent shivers down her spine. Rebecca descended the creaking wooden stairs, the weight of the photograph heavy in her hands. The house, once a place of promise and new beginnings, now felt suffocating, its walls echoing with a silent unease. Placing the eerie image on her kitchen counter, she studied it under the harsh glare of fluorescent light, the unsettling resemblance between her home and the strangers in the picture unsettling. Enter Detective Morgan, a seasoned investigator with eyes that held secrets untold. His weathered leather jacket spoke of countless mysteries unraveled as he examined the Polaroid with a keen eye. Questions hung in the air like a fog as he delved into the history of the house and its former occupants. The investigation unfolded like a tapestry of forgotten lives. The Nelsons, the Crawfords, the Mornos all intertwined in a web of disappearances spanning decades. The revelation of the Sutherland family, who had vanished without a trace, marked a turning point in the case. 4 souls gone, leaving behind only whispers of their existence. Forensic analysis painted a haunting picture of the past. The timer-set photograph hinted at a sinister presence, a shadowy figure lingering in the periphery of each captured moment. And as Detective Morgan connected the dots, a pattern emerged: 1 year, 1 family, 1 disappearance. The house's dark history came to light with the discovery of hidden truths buried beneath its very foundation. Anomalies beneath the basement floor led to a chilling revelation: the missing families, preserved in a macabre tableau, their final moments frozen in time. And among their possessions, the camera that had captured their unsuspecting smiles, a grim reminder of the horrors that lay hidden within the walls. As Rebecca sought refuge in a hotel, the specter of Samuel Whitfield loomed large, a phantom from the past with a presence that transcended time itself. The journal found in the hidden crawlspace spoke of a sinister purpose, a malevolent force drawn to the unsuspecting souls who crossed the threshold of his domain. The night air whispered of secrets yet to be uncovered, of a darkness that lingered in the empty rooms of the haunted house. The sound of a ringing phone shattered the silence, a harbinger of unseen forces at play. And as the Polaroid camera clicked and whirred in the darkness, a new chapter of the mystery began to unfold. The investigation continues, the house standing as a silent sentinel to the horrors that lie within. Samuel Whitfield remains a phantom of the past, his true fate a mystery that eludes even the most determined of seekers. And as new families move into new homes, shadows dance in the corners, watching, waiting for the moment to strike. For those who dare to unveil the truth behind the man in the photograph, a chilling realization awaits: the line between the living and the dead blurs, and the specter of Samuel Whitfield lives on, a ghostly guardian of his haunted domain. Story 27. The old costume shop was in its final days, the air heavy with nostalgia as it sold off remnants of the past. Amidst the fading memories, a woman drawn by a mysterious force reached for a mask tucked away on a dusty shelf. Its delicate features held an unsettling, lifelike quality that seemed to follow her gaze. Placing it on the counter, the cashier hesitated, a flicker of unease crossing his face. "That's not ours," he muttered cryptically, casting a shadow of doubt over the transaction. Perplexed, the woman checked for a tag, but there was none to be found. With a nonchalant shrug, she decided to take the mask home. As the night draped its veil over the world, a soft sound roused the woman from her slumber. A whisper of fabric shifting, a presence felt rather than seen. Her heart quickened as she scanned the room, only to find the mask missing from its place on the dresser. There it sat on her nightstand, facing her with an eerie stillness that sent shivers down her spine. Catherine Reed, as she was known, was later discovered by her concerned neighbor. The morning light spilled through the slightly ajar front door, casting long shadows in the dim interior. What awaited inside would etch itself into the annals of mystery. Catherine lay motionless on her bedroom floor, the mask nowhere to be found, as if it had vanished into thin air. Detective Morgan arrived on the scene, stepping into a world frozen in time. The shutters clicked rhythmically, a haunting melody to accompany the grim tableau before her. "No signs of forced entry," noted one officer, capturing details in his notepad. The detective's keen eyes swept the room, absorbing every nuance with a sense of quiet reverence. A partially open drawer, a lipstick-stained water glass mundane yet cloaked in ominous silence, a stark contrast to the life that had once thrived within those walls. The medical examiner, face etched with solemnity, knelt beside Catherine's still form. "Cause of death unclear at first glance," he murmured, his gaze fixed on her frozen expression of terror. The detective knelt beside him, her voice barely a whisper. Something scared her to death. Catherine, an art appraiser known for her discerning eye, led a life steeped in authenticity. Her colleagues spoke of her unwavering dedication to detail, a trait that now seemed to have led her down a path of no return. Could her keen perception have been her undoing? Security footage from the costume shop unveiled a peculiar truth. The cashier's baffled reaction to the mask hinted at a deeper mystery. The shop owner's denial only added layers to the enigma, revealing a history veiled in shadows and whispers. The detective's pursuit of the mask's origins led her to a shop stripped bare of its former treasures. The owner's nervous demeanor betrayed a deeper truth, one intertwined with the mask's unsettling presence. "It appeared during our clearance sale, a relic from unknown origins," he confessed, his words heavy with the weight of hidden knowledge. A breakthrough emerged as forensics uncovered microscopic fibers on Catherine's fingertips, a silent testament to her final struggle. The fibers, a blend of human hair and an unidentified organic substance, hinted at a macabre connection to past tragedies. Records unveiled a chilling pattern of death stretching back through time, each victim linked by the acquisition of a sinister mask and a final expression of unadulterated terror. The retired detective's revelation shed light on a dark ritual of soul transference, a malevolent force lurking behind the ancient symbols hidden within the masks. In a hidden compartment within Catherine's apartment, a journal surfaced, its pages bearing witness to her descent into a world of dread. Her frantic entries spoke of a malevolent presence, of a mask that moved of its own accord, marking its victims with a gaze that pierced the soul. The cause of Catherine's demise was finally unraveled, a fatal heart stoppage induced by unbridled fear. What unseen horror could prompt such a visceral reaction, freezing her in a moment of eternal terror? Surveillance footage from a vigilant neighbor captured a figure leaving Catherine's home, adorned with a mask that mirrored her features yet moved with an unnatural cadence. A silent specter, a harbinger of doom, slipping into the night unnoticed. The elusive mask resurfaced months later in a distant vintage shop, slipping through the grasp of investigators like a wisp of smoke. Its new owner remained a mystery, a thread left dangling in the tapestry of the unsolved. The detective, keeper of secrets too dark for daylight, preserved Catherine's journal as a somber reminder of the insidious truth that lurked in the shadows. Night after night, she found herself jolted awake, a lingering sensation of being watched tugging at the edges of her consciousness. The mask, a vessel of ancient malevolence, awaited its next unsuspecting host, traversing a path of silent terror that spanned centuries. Its hunger insatiable, its gaze a void that consumed all in its path. And so the mask bided its time, a silent sentinel in the realm of dreams, whispering its dark promises to those who dared to look beyond the surface. In the stillness of the night, it awaited the moment when another soul would awaken to find its empty eyes fixed upon them, a harbinger of a fate entwined with shadows and secrets untold.